Thumb up, thumb up. Okay. Let us call the May 6th meeting of the Rancho Palos Verdes City Council to order. Madam City Clerk, would you call the roll?
Certainly, Mayor. Councilmember Ferraro.
She's excused. She's in the fireside room.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Here.
Councilmember Peristam.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo.
Here.
Mayor Bradley.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mayor. Our next item are public comments for closed session. Seeing none, we can move to our closed sessions item list.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. We have 3 items on the closed session agenda this evening. Conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 related to negotiations with the Rancho Palos Verdes Employee Association and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees District Council 36. The second item is conference with legal counsel related to anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, D2 and D3 and E1, because there's significant exposure to litigation in one case where the facts and circumstance giving rise to an exposure to litigation are not known to plaintiffs. And item 3 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. A closed session will be held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9E because the city is considering whether to initiate litigation in 2 cases.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy City Attorney. Let's recess to the fireside room. Roll.
Certainly, Mayor. Councilmember Ferraro. Here. Councilmember Lewis.
Here.
Councilmember Peristam.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo.
Here.
Mayor Bradley.
Here.
We have a quorum. Our next item is the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'm going to ask our Assistant City Attorney to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening. Counselor?
See.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our next item is the closed session report.
Thank you. We had 3 items on the closed session agenda. The first item was conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 related to negotiations with the Rancho Palos Verdes Employee Association and American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees District Council 36. During closed session, the council tentatively approved a successor collective bargaining agreement, subject to the agreement returning to the council for final approval at the next meeting on May 20th. As to item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, we have nothing to report out of closed session. And as to item 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation and whether to initiate litigation, we have nothing to report.
Our next item, Mayor, are the mayor's announcements.
Thank you very much, Madam City Clerk. We have several items tonight, and hopefully most people are here for those. I didn't think it was that interesting of an agenda tonight. So our first order of business is a proclamation for the Asian American and Pacific Islander proclamation for Asian American and Pacific Islander month. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to read a proclamation that we're putting out for the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. The mayor and the city council of city of Rancho Palos Verdes, on behalf of the entire community, recognize May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Whereas the Rancho Palos Verdes City Council is pleased to announce May 2025 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and whereas we honor the hard work and resilience of AAA NHPI leaders who establish a foundation for future generations to thrive and adapt to change and adversity, whereas we recognize the important role that Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders have played in shaping the United States, California, Los Angeles County, and Rancho Palos Verdes history, culture, and economy, whereas AAPI enrich our nation through the diversity of cultures, languages, traditions, and arts. There's no single story of the AANHPI experience, but rather a diversity of contributions that strengthen our nation's role as a global leader. Whereas the history of AANHPI as a nation is deeply embedded and intertwined in the United States and the story of the United States, whereas President Carter first designated the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Week in 1979 through Presidential Proclamation 4650, whereas AANHPI activists, leaders, and community members have fought for greater visibility, equity, and representation, whereas May is nationally recognized as AANHPI Heritage Month and presents an opportunity for all residents to learn about and celebrate the rich and diverse cultures of AANHPI communities, whereas we recognize that AANHPI communities have faced discrimination and adversity throughout our nation's history, we stand with the AANHPI community in denouncing all acts of hate and violence. And whereas the city of Rancho Palos Verdes celebrates and embraces the theme of a legacy of leadership and resilience, as we honor the achievements of those who have paved the way while igniting the passions of those who will follow. And whereas through this theme, we recognize accomplishments of our AANHPI neighbors and community members. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in recognition of Asian American and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, the month of May 2025 is hereby proclaimed Asian American and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. And in doing so, we encourage all citizens to learn about the history of AANHPI community members. Thank you very much.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And our next point, and with kind of bittersweet, this next one, it's my honor and privilege to recognize longtime Recreation and Parks part-time staff Angela Leitner. Angela will soon be starting a full-time job with the city of San Diego. Congratulations. Angela began working for RPV in October 2020 as a recreation specialist. She ran the city's REACH program for adults with developmental disabilities. During those 5 years, Angela did a remarkable job revitalizing REACH, which had been a city program for decades. REACH stopped operating in 2021 during the pandemic, but is now back in a big way, offering over 120 events a year. REACH members still enjoy virtual Mondays as well as on-site and social outings on Wednesdays and longer field trips on Saturdays. This April, REACH helped paint a park mural, went to the batting cages and Dave & Buster's, enjoyed Knott's Berry Farm, volunteered at the Easter egg hunt extravaganza up at the Civic Center, and Earth Day cleanup. Much of the credit for REACH's current success, which includes a spike in attendance, goes to Angela and her team of dedicated staff. Angela has always understood the lack of opportunities for adults with intellectual disabilities and has been a fierce advocate, a dedicated professional, and a great friend who has continued and enhanced RPV's legacy of support for this community. Angela, who recently earned her National Therapeutic Recreation Certificate, is graduating in May with an MS from Cal State Long Beach, go Niners, in Recreation Administration with a post-baccalaureate in Therapeutic Recreation. On behalf of the entire City Council, thank you, Angela, for all that you've done. You will be missed, but your impact to REACH will live on within the city of Rancho Palos Verdes for years to come. Angela, come on up.
That's not the right mic.
That's not the right mic. Okay, come on up here, Angela. Okay, so Angela, everyone can hear me, I know that. I don't know if people on TV can. But here's a proclamation recognizing your service and your dedication to the REACH program, signed by the City Council. Thank you very much. And then the much coveted RPV tile with a plaque. Thank you for your dedication to the city of Rancho Palos Verdes, serving as a recreation specialist for the REACH program, October 2020 through April 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you so much for everyone that's here tonight. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Josh, Andrew. Thank you to all of my colleagues in the REACH program, because I am truly nothing without my team and their support. Adults with developmental disabilities continue to face disparities in the community and continue to face barriers when it comes to access to leisure, especially. Having a program that supports adults in our community through leisure not only provides opportunities for fun for them, but it increases their functional abilities as well as their health outcomes. We've seen it firsthand in our participants that join, with some that aren't even able to make it through a single session to now they come to everything. So, So not only are we having fun, but we're really changing people's lives through the REACH program. So I hope to see it live on for years to come. And I can't wait to see what the future holds. And thank you again for allowing me to have this opportunity.
Hold that up and get next. Come on in, guys.
Yes.
And good luck in San Diego.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wait a second. Ara wants the last word.
It's not, no, it's not the last word. And Angela, you know how important and special you are to me, to the city. And I think tonight with this room, with all these people here, not only are we raising awareness of the REACH program, but I think everyone in this room needs to know your role in the REACH program, because this program has been around, and when COVID came about, we had to pause it, stop it. And there were no resources to continue. We didn't even have the staff to open up that program when things started to relax, and you stepped up and you came on board and you brought that program back to life. And not only did you bring it back to life, but you raised the bar. And anyone who came to this room on a Wednesday evening and saw the participants next door and all the different programs and all the events, and you were instrumental in getting a new vehicle so that we can take the participants. It not only impacts and benefits RPV residents. It impacts residents. This program is offered to residents on the peninsula and beyond in the South Bay. We have participants coming from Redondo Beach, Hermosa Beach, Torrance, who drive up to the Hill to be a part of this program. This is one of the most special programs that the city offers, and you have led it, and thank you. We're gonna miss you sorely. You've left an indelible mark on the community, and we will make sure this program continues. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is, once again, bittersweet. Generally, when I'm up here, I get to give awards and I get to give kudos to folks. Fortunately, this time, I'm not giving out the key of the city, but I'm taking the key away from him and kicking him out of the city. On behalf of the City of Rancho Palos Verdes City Council, we recommend and commend you for decades of outstanding volunteer dedication to the Palos Verdes community, specifically Rancho Palos Verdes. Your commitment to guiding the growth and development of our city can be seen through years of service on the Planning Commission, 2010 to 2018, where I shared the Planning Commission with him. The Finance Advisory Committee, 2005 to 2009, where I also was on the Finance Advisory Committee with him. And your years of civic and community service and leadership with the Rancho Palos Verdes City Council Homeowners Association. We recognize your outstanding service, dedication, and contributions to the betterment of our community. You are a true inspiration to all of us, and our deepest appreciation extended to you with the presentation of this certificate of recognition on May 6, 2025. To this, I am speaking of my friend and colleague, Dave Emmenheiser, for his years of dedicated service to our community, his selfless giving of his time, his intellect, and his humor to all of us by serving. Like I said, I served with him on the FAC for a couple years. I served with him on the Planning Commission. We may or may not have ended up at the pub there in Golden Cove after Planning Commission meetings. There's nobody ever saw us there. But truly an inspiration to all of us. It is with heavy heart that we are going to give him this plaque of recognition and recognize his years of service to our community. And we're going to miss you. But you know, just because you're going out to the desert, there is no ocean out there. There's a lot of sand, but you can always come back, Dave. You and Mickey are always welcome back. We're going to miss you tremendously. Come on up.
Okay, so let's have our fellow councilmen say a few words. Then we're going to let the community take as many pot shots as they want at you. Not that anybody would stand up and have anything to say about Mr. Emmenheiser. But with that, Mr. Parasam, or Councilman Parasam, excuse me.
Thank you. Now, I barely know this guy. Well, maybe only 35 of the 40 years that I've been a resident here, I've been involved with Dave in one capacity or the other. Both our sons are very good friends from junior high school on. So it goes back a long way. Sometime on the same side, sometime on different sides from soccer, sometime on the same side, sometime on different sides running for city council, sometime on the same side, sometime on different sides as CHOA. And through all that, that relationship's just expanded, and my respect for Dave has just grown. So I hate to see you go, and good luck in that desert, Dave. I mean, that's gonna be a challenge for you, being a coastal guy. But thank you for all the work you've done for so many years to this community, and you've earned this. You've earned this plaque. Thank you.
So this is the part that I hate the most because we always let go of amazing talent we have in the city. And this is the part that always kind of chokes me up because we have great people like Dave serving our city for many, many, many years. And I think one thing that we need to recognize is the families that always get involved. So I just want to say thank you to Mickey for letting us borrow Dave for this many years. So can we please give her a round of applause? But Dave, thank you very much for your time and treasure. Thank you for all your passion, and the city's they won't forget everything that you did for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well, hey, Dave. Hi again. Actually, our contact has been rather brief because I'm sort of new on the scene. But you're a legend, and the interactions we have had have been fantastic. And so, you know, best wishes and good luck in your new endeavor. And if you want to come back anytime, please do.
You didn't ask me if you could go.
Did you get a hall pass? No.
No, you didn't. And I don't want you to go. You know, we go back a long way. So far back, I can't remember where or when. But, you know, you've done so much for this city. All the time, we could call on you for something and you'd be there. And gosh, we appreciate that so much. And Mickey, I want you to come up and be in the pictures too. Because, come on. And we all know that it takes a supportive spouse when you do as much work as you've done. And we thank you as well. But we're going to miss you terribly. That's it.
Okay. Now, counterpoint, and then we're going to have the community come up.
Oh, okay. Oh, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's so wonderful to see so many neighbors and people from church and certainly from CHOA. My two sons, Michael and Eric, are over there filming.
Come on up, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, now my youngest son said that I didn't dress properly. So I just have one story. I just have one story. And this is usually the point where Steve Pearstam starts looking for an exit because, you know, he knows all my stories are about him. But this one's a little bit different. So when Ara kindly texted me about tonight, May 6th, you know, being a good husband, I went to my wife and I said, are we doing anything on May 6th? And she gave me, you know, kind of a strange look. Well, gosh, we've been married. Yeah, we've been married for a long time. I'm kind of used to strange looks, and so I didn't think much about it. And like any good wife, she waited 24 hours. And then the next day, she said to me, you realize that's our anniversary.
Dave, writing checks you can't cash still.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'd like to invite anybody from the community that would like to come up and say a few words about Dave Emmenheiser. Come on up, Kathy.
And Mr. Mayor, maybe, well, so I'm not the last, I don't have the last word. I would like to say something to Mr. Emmenheiser.
I'm not recognizing you yet.
Okay.
Kathy's up.
Well, on behalf of CHOA, I want to thank you for your leadership of the organization for over 5 years. You've helped us get some great speakers at our meetings, also some great partners in activities outside of our meetings, and we really appreciate that. I really respect your leadership qualities. It's been wonderful getting to work with you on the board. One of your special skills is listening to all the points of view and then working to get some kind of consensus, finding some common ground. And with the board, that wasn't always easy. It was more like herding wild cats, but you did it well. And I just want to let you know that I really consider you a dear friend. And one of the most notable qualities that we could all learn from, I think, is that Dave always expresses his appreciation for things that others are doing. And I'm convinced that the words thank you are the most used words in his vocabulary. And I think we could all learn from that. So anyway, we'd really like to thank you for your leadership of CHOA. And I believe Marie has a little something for you. And in the meantime, while she's coming up, I'll just mention that Eric Alegria and John Cruikshank, former mayors, also gave their regrets that they couldn't come tonight, but they wish you all the best. And for those of you who don't need to stay for the rest of the meeting, we're going to be hosting a reception next door, and everyone is invited to come. So we hope you'll attend with us. So thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you, Kathy.
Can I go next?
Oh, absolutely.
Is that okay? Okay. Oh, wait, where's my, hold on. Yeah, see. So what I brought up there was some photos from great things that Dave has done, and of course, 5 pictures doesn't do it justice, right, of everything that you've done. Maybe we could read that, what the words are at the bottom, not the whole thing, but the the paragraph at the bottom.
Oh, the last paragraph?
Yeah.
It is with gratitude and appreciation that we say thank you for your years of service, friendship, visionary leadership in our community. Best wishes to you and Mickey as you begin a beautiful new chapter in Bald Desert. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. We're going to miss you. And I just wanted to say that, going on what Kathy said, your getting to know you and your leadership, through CHOA and St. Peter's and the city has really been a pleasure. And to be on the CHOA board with you and work with you at St. Peter's, it's been a pleasure with both of you. I think that, before you exit the city, we have this whole time that we've known you, we should have been calling you Dr. Emmenheiser. Dave has more degrees than anyone I know, but his doctorate is in human resource development. He has 2 master's degrees in educational psychology and adult development, and management certificate in public administration. So you have done so much in your life working with children and different service organizations that we don't even see that. But we've seen everything you've done here in the community. And from all of us, thank you so much. And your partnership for the Men the Ben dinners was invaluable to create that connection with St. Peter's and the city to provide dinners for our friends in the landslide area. So we thank you for all of those things, and we'll miss you, Dave and Vicki. Thank you.
You didn't think you were the last Emmenheiser that was going to talk tonight, did you?
Uh-oh.
I just want to say, Dad, thank you for your example and your many years of service, which is being celebrated tonight. You're truly inspiring, and we love you very much. I know that Mickey and you have been working in the city for its good for a long time, and I just want a prayer of blessing on both of you as you go out to the desert. We love you.
I just want to offer a few words to you, Dave, as your friend and pastor. There are many, and well, most of us here tonight are. We know your civic and your communal contributions, but something that I and many other people, as part of your faith community, admire is your faith and how you don't wear that on your sleeve, but you wear it in your heart, and that really carries you forward. So, you have been a cornerstone of our church community, generously sharing your time and your wisdom and your visionary leadership for many years. Your ability to see possibilities, and I mean that, to always see possibilities, and inspire others to join you in bringing those visions to life is a true gift. Your financial insight and your strategic thinking benefited our church through your service on both the finance and endowment committees, and as an elder for stewardship and a dedicated member of our church body and governance. You helped guide our church with wisdom, perspective, and foresight. Your most visible legacy was and is your pivotal role as a co-visionary, co-initiator, and co-facilitator of our Widen Our Welcome and facilities renovation campaign. And through this and through your leadership and partnership, our entire campus was significantly improved, creating a more welcoming and functional space for worship, fellowship, education, mission, and ministry that blesses generations of St. Peter's people, but truly in the spirit of Widen Our Welcome, it's meant to bless all people of the peninsula and the South Bay. Beyond finances and facilities, your heart for service has touched countless lives. And as a deacon, you've provided compassionate care and friendship to many members of this senior community at the Canterbury, ensuring that they felt connected to their church family and the community. You have touched lives in every facet, and is something that we value at St. Peter's, being intergenerational. You've touched every generation, and for that, I say thank you, and we say thank you, and thank you for being God's hands and feet on this peninsula.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
So it could be long.
Mr. Nelson.
I'm Bob Nelson, and today I would like to thank you for this opportunity to honor Dave. I thank Ara, I thank his staff. Dave, I thank you, and I thank the council. Dave represents what you can bring to your community, what you can do for your community. Dave, when he first moved in, and I'll just tell one story. When Dave first moved in, he moved about 2 houses away from us. And I went down, and I suddenly realized we both graduated from Indiana University. So we could talk about the lousy football team that we incurred, but then we could also talk about the bars of Bloomington, Indiana. And there were many good stories out of that. However, you've represented tonight the city and the community. I'd like to say one word about what he did for the HOA. When Dave joined the HOA, our reserve was $50,000. When he left, it was $250,000. And that's what Dave did. Now, Barbara, you pointed out it's a team. And I'll tell you right now, Dave would not have done what he did without the young lady standing right there to his right and without the 2 boys standing to the right and the left. But tonight, all I want to say is I thank you all for this opportunity. And Dave, you'll do well, sir.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, and the last word, Ara.
So it's my turn. Okay, because I've known Dave for a very long time. And we go way back to the Planning Commission when I was probably just an associate planner, and you served on the Planning Commission for so many years, and you served as the chair. And I remember when I worked my way up the ranks and eventually became the director of community development and had an opportunity to work with you closely as the chair, and we had all those wireless applications, and I did not know that you worked in the wireless industry, and then at some point you were commenting on so many details and intricacies of these applications, and you said, well, you know, I've had many years in the wireless industry, and you've always been so supportive, and that has left such an imprint. And then when I became city manager, you were one of the first to reach out and to congratulate me and to stand by my side and to help me. And many times we would meet at Terranea and you would just hop on your bike and ride on over to Terranea. We met for coffee at Sea Beans. And then you took on the role of CHOA. And I got to know you at a very different level because oftentimes, I said this at the last meeting, I'm now a frequent flyer at CHOA because you will reach out to me and say, hey, we would like for you to present. And I've been so embraced by CHOA and you and being able to come speak. And you used to only give me 10 minutes and it became 15 minutes. And I think the last meeting was like 40 minutes. I know. I'm always keeping track of the time and I know I talk a lot. So I'll try to keep it brief. But you are a legacy. You have left such an imprint on this community, and it's a testament when you see all the people in the audience that came out, because when you stepped into not only the role of Finance Advisory Committee, the role on the Planning Commission, but then when you stepped into the role of leading the Council of Homeowners Association, which is such a unique organization to Rancho Palos Verdes. I don't think there's any other city out there that brings all the homeowners associations together, and how you elevated that program as we were talking about all the different programs we offer here. we are so fortunate, and you, again, have left such an imprint. Thank you for being such a good friend. Thank you for being so supportive. Thank you for bringing CHOA in St. Peter's by the Sea for the Men to Ben dinners and helping carry that through. And when I reached out to you about Thanksgiving, and we talked about Thanksgiving, and we made the impossible possible. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Okay.
So my wife says 30 seconds. See, Ari, you're not the only one that gets it.
I really tried.
So I'm going to have a chance to thank a lot of other people in the other room, but for those of you who are staying behind, I want you and the council to know that I know that the challenges the city is facing now are daunting, but I've never felt more confident about this council and your leadership and the staff that you'll be able to overcome those obstacles. And part of the reason I feel that way is because I've seen you work. And you're a wonderful partner, and with the mayor and the guidance of the council, you have really inspired me. So thank you very much.
Me too. Dan? Thanks, Dan. Whoa, wait a second. I thought everybody came for the council meeting, not for Dave Emenheiser.
They're laughing as they leave.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, I think it's emergency preparedness,
Yes, if I.
or recycle, sorry.
Correct. By affirmation, if you would move approval of the recycle and emergency personal preparedness kit drawing winners, Mark Izzo and Vicky Hanger.
Thank you. I believe by affirmation? Yes.
Yes.
Our next item is the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Ferraro?
Councilmember Ferraro?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Peristam?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo?
Yes.
Mayor Bradley?
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to our public comments for non-agenda items. And I have one speaker, Ravi Khosla. If you'd like to come to the microphone, thank you.
My name is Ravi Khosla.
Hold on just a second before you start. Octavio, could you ask them to take it into the, sorry. No, you got to leave the door open. I'm sorry. Thank you. Sorry, I apologize. I just wanted to get a little bit quieter.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Ravi Khosla. I'm a resident of 3344 PV Drive West. And the reason I'm here is that there is a cell tower being upgraded right in front of my house. And I am objecting to that, and all my neighbors around that area is also not in favor of the cell phone tower being put over there. And it was an existing tower, I know, but the existing tower was much smaller and much skinnier and had less of transmission that could harm anybody. But for me, it's very concerning because now the size of the tower is 3 times much larger. And when the work was going on, we found out that it was done illegally without the encroachment permit was not issued at that time and the work was being done. And we raised our voice, we called the city and told them to stop the work right away. We were never informed as a neighbors that this thing was going on. There was no test being done whether it will be harming to people within the 400-500 meter proximity or not. I have done a little bit of study that the cell towers have radio waves that can harm or can create health problems. And we have signed cell tower petition signed by all the neighbors around us. We did this petition back when it was installed at the first time. There was nothing was being done, but now as we see how it is becoming bigger and bigger, we really don't like it, and I would like to raise my voice along with all my neighbors who have signed the petition.
Thank you very much. Please, if you have not done, please reach out to staff, to community development, and make sure that they understand what your issues are, and we'll look into it. We can't take any action tonight because it's not on the agenda, but thank you very much for coming out tonight and raising your concern. We'll take a look.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and Mr. Mayor, Mr. Khosla is working with the Public Works Department, and we're looking at addressing his concerns.
Thank you.
Our next item is the city manager report.
Okay, Terry, start the timer.
They're turning on the timer.
I almost got her to do
I guess the
it.
city manager's report is going to be timed, so I'm going to go really quickly here. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the city council, and our viewing audience. I have 3 minutes to go over about 12 slides here, so I'm watching the clock. If we can
bring up the first slide.
That doesn't. You could stop the clock while they're loading my presentation. I want to start this evening with an announcement, and the council may know this, but for the public's benefit, I am so delighted to announce that we now have a Deputy Director of Recreation and Parks, and a big congratulations to Emily Rodin, who went through the extensive interview process and was selected as the new partner to Dan Trotner in the Recreation Parks Department. Emily's been with the city since 2009. She started as a part-time employee. She worked her way up the ranks. She was managing the Point Vicente Interpretive Center and has been instrumental in so many special events and leadership roles and many other things that she's leaving an imprint on the community. We're just very lucky to have her as part of the organization, as part of the department, and I just want to give her a big congratulations and to just let the council know that we now have a Deputy Recreation and Parks.
And we hope she's going to be much better than the last Deputy Parks Director.
By far. She's going to supersede Mr. Trotner. So, very good. Congratulations, Emily. I don't know if she's here, she's around, she's watching, but if you see her, please wish her congratulations. So thank you. Next slide.
She's still in detox from the last whale of the day, probably.
She probably is, and she's probably getting ready for all the summer programs
Yep.
that we are preparing for, and we'll talk about that in the next city manager's report. But so just a couple of events that are happening here in the city. This coming Saturday, we have our I think we do this twice a year. It's our drive-through shredding event. So if you've got bills and paperwork, so statements that you need to shred, put them in 2 banker-sized boxes, put them in your trunk, come to the Civic Center on Saturday between 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. We have it set up where you can just pull up, they'll take the boxes out and they'll shred that paperwork, but if you want to actually see it shredded, just mention that to the crew that are out there, and they'll pull you aside and you can go watch your paperwork be shredded. So that's this Saturday, and in addition to that, it's also, we're offering the electronic waste collection, as well as we're providing mulch to residents if they want that. So that's again this Saturday at the Civic Center from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m.
And the mulch is bring your shovel, bring a pickup truck.
And the
shovel away.
It's all yours, yes.
And the e-waste is at the same time or no?
It's household e-waste.
Yes.
Household e-waste at the same time.
It's electronic waste, so don't bring the oils and all that other stuff. It's just electronic waste. Right.
Yep.
Yes, correct. That is this Saturday. Next slide. So the following Saturday, it's that time of the year again where it's Kids to the Parks Day. I'm sure Emily's busy getting ready for the events that we're going to be putting together at all of our parks. So all of our parks, they're always open to the public, but this time around on Saturday, next Saturday, we're going to have a special events at all of our parks. So bring your family, your kids, and your grandkids, and visit any of your local parks, and there'll be all sorts of activities, crafts, programs, and all these special events and special programs that we're going to keep secret unless you come, and you can find out what the secret is when you come to one of our beautiful parks here in Rancho Palos Verdes. Next slide. And then Sunday, May 18th, and I'm not sure how many of you realize this, but if you go visit the Point Vicente Interpretive Center and you go out to the viewing deck, there's a whole garden out there that is comprised of native plants. And those native plants are grown and maintained by the California Native Plant Society, and they have volunteer days. And we are having one of our volunteer days on Sunday, May 18th. It's from, I believe, 10 a.m. to noon. And if you're interested in helping and learning more about the California Native Plant Society and the native plants that we have here in Rancho Palos Verdes, come out and volunteer. They're always looking for help. And it's an interpretive garden too. If you ever walk the paths there, they've got tags there that indicate the species of the plants. It's really quite an impressive operation there. So thank you. A big shout out to the California Native Plant Society. I see Al Sattler in the audience. So thank you. Next slide. And we're always looking for volunteers. We've got various committees and organizations, but a very special organization and committee that this council has formed is the Youth Advisory Committee. We will have 9 vacancies because of graduating students and students that are moving. We're actively recruiting students that are in grades 7th through 12th grade who want to get involved in civic responsibilities and civic duties and have their voice heard representing teens. Come out, fill out the application. We're accepting applications by June 30th, and then this city council will select the next members of our Youth Advisory Committee. Next slide. So Wildfire Awareness Month, Wildfire Preparedness Week, we're always talking about wildfire. Rancho Palos Verdes, we can never be too prepared. I know we talk about preparedness. In fact, last week we had a town hall on the fire hazard maps that CAL FIRE put out. In February, we had a town hall on wildfire preparedness, but there's always more to learn. There's always new things to learn, and we should never be complacent. We should always be practicing. We want to remind residents we've got all this information on the city's website. There's tools and lessons to learn on how to harden your home, what to do for fuel modification, how to prepare, how to evacuate, where to get notifications. We need to stay prepared. We always need to be on guard and ready to respond if there is a wildfire. So what I would say is for this month and any other month of the year, go to the city's website and see all the information that we post on there. We plan on hosting in July a home hardening program. We'll put more information out when that comes around. Next slide. And mental health, this, in addition to all these recognitions of what May is all about, mental health is also a May for awareness. And I can't stress how important mental health is. And those of you who are aware that the county offers services through the 988 number, and you can call that, and there's always someone there to speak to you. But mental health comes in all shapes and forms, and it's very important that we continue to raise awareness, that we talk about it. And if you're struggling, there are resources out there, and 988 is one of those hotlines that can help. But if you go to the next slide, I did not know this, and I've come to learn that here on the peninsula, we actually have a community helpline that has been in place since 1972. I believe it's 1972. And the hotline is available. It's all operated by donations, and the organization is hosting a fun run on Saturday, May 31st. It's going to be held at Peninsula High School track, and it's between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. It's $35 to register to participate in the fun run, but those proceeds go to help this nonprofit organization. So if you're interested, you can get more information on the city's website on this fair and fun run benefiting the community hotline. Next slide. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this, because we have one of the best, we have the best,
not
very
one.
best city clerk's office from Terry Anissa, who's out on maternity leave, but we've got Nathan, who's in the back of shop. He's at City Hall right now running this whole program. He's the one who, every time I say next slide, he's sliding, he's advancing my presentation. We've got Fatima, who's helping us as well. We have a great city clerk's office, and I want to just give them a big shout out and a round of applause for all that you do in keeping everything in order and always posting our agendas. So thank you. Happy Municipal Clerks Week. Next slide. And very interesting, so May is Peace Officers Memorial Day, and I wanted to learn more about what this day is. I remember talking about it last year. May 15th is the actual day, and if you didn't know, this day was actually established by President Kennedy in 1962, and it's to recognize all that serve, all the peace officers that serve and have fallen on the line of duty or seriously injured themselves. And so it's a moment where we need to say thank you for serving and us and keeping the community safe. So please, on May 15th, mark your calendars, do something special, reach out to the Lomita station. If you see a deputy, see anyone in law enforcement or public safety, say thank you for all that you do. Next slide. And as we say thank you, all I have to say is Mom, and I put a smile on my face. This Sunday is Mother's Day, and we just want to say how much we love our mothers out there, those that are with us and those that are no longer with us. You're always being remembered and honored. So happy Mother's Day to all the great moms out there. And last but not least, I know I've exceeded my 3-minute allotment, but we have 2 birthdays in the house. Councilmember Peristam and Councilmember Ferraro, happy birthday. And that concludes my report.
Happy birthday, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Sunday's really special because not only is it my birthday, it's Mother's Day as well. And I'm very lucky that I had a wonderful mom.
Madam City Clerk.
Our next item is the consent calendar. Late correspondence was distributed earlier for items letter C and H, and I currently...
C and H?
Yes.
Oh, great.
I'll move approval of the...
Did we have any, nobody, we had no public comments?
No.
So I would like to say a few words on item CC. And that is the bill that's before the California State Legislature to add landslides as a emergency. Last week on Monday, the city manager and I flew to Sacramento to give testimony before the Emergency Preparedness or Emergency Management Committee for the state legislature, trying to support our assembly member who is sponsoring this bill to add that to the list of legitimate emergencies and disasters within the state of California. It is strange to think that a landslide is not considered a active emergency within the state of California. So we are trying to work with our legislatures to push that, to get that oversight amended. We're making some progress, but for everyone that's listening, if you send your cards and letters to our assembly in support of this bill, that would be very helpful. This would help us get recognition within Cal OES as well as FEMA at the federal level for land movement as being a major emergency. I got a little bit heated when we were giving our testimony because I was being questioned why this should be an emergency, and I got a little frustrated in that when somebody tells you the Portuguese Bend Greater Landslide Complex is not an emergency, it is really frustrating because it's like, well, what? You want us to call you when we're in the ocean? And that's when you'll say that it's an emergency? So hopefully we were able to get our point across in Sacramento, and we'll get some traction at the legislature, and this oversight will be remediated. So with that, I believe you moved.
I did.
Okay, do I have a second?
So I need a second.
Second.
Councilman Peristam, thank you.
Councilmember Peristam?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferraro?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo?
Yes.
Mayor Bradley?
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to our first item under public hearings.
Okay.
Consideration of an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision of an incomplete development application for 3015 Crest Road, case number PLHV 2018-0003. Notice of the public hearing was duly published, and I currently have five requests to speak, which include the applicant as well as public comment.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I need to recuse myself. I have actually our adjacent property owner to this discussion. So I'm going to go to the party next door.
No, you're going to the fireside room. You don't get to go to the party.
Okay. I'll be in the fireside room.
But you may stop by the party on your way.
Maybe.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, I will declare the public hearing open.
Thank you.
Let's have the staff report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have Associate Planner Robert Nemeth is going to give the presentation.
Thank you, Robert. Take it away.
Yes. Tonight's appeal is at 3015 Crest Road, which is labeled parcel 2 and outlined in yellow on the screen above. The easement in question is in red rectangle, 10 foot wide, and it serves 3027 Crest Road, which is labeled parcel number 1. The easement holder is Mrs. Sung, and the appellants are Dr. Mao and Mr. Zong. In 2017, the appellants purchased 3015 Crest Road, which has a 10-foot wide sewer easement across the middle of the property. In 2018, the appellant and architect, Mr. Zong, submitted an application and plans that he designed to construct a 2-story house over the easement. The city code requires no construction of any structure or improvement is allowed within a legal easement without written authorization from the legal holder of the easement. In 2018, staff issued incomplete letters to the appellants, which stated that easement holder authorization is required to construct the house over the sewer easement. In 2020, the appellants submitted a construction and encroachment agreement between themselves and the easement holder, which defined the easement area as over, under, in, along, across, and upon the 10-foot wide sewer easement. The easement agreement included a diagram drawn by the appellant/architect, Mr. Zong, showing in illustrations and text the minimum 10-foot height clearance above the sewer easement. In 2020, the Planning Commission approved site plans drawn by the appellant for a house with the 10-foot tall open corridor over the easement. The Planning Commission adopted condition of approval number 33, prohibiting improvements within the easement. The appellants did not file an appeal of the project. This is a current photograph showing that the house was constructed over the 10-foot red sewer easement. In 2024, the appellants constructed unpermitted drop-down ceilings over the easement, reducing the vertical clearance from 10 feet to 8 feet in height, which conflicts with the approved site plans. March 2024, the appellants submitted amended plans, which included legalizing the unpermitted drop-down ceiling within the easement area, installing doors and paving within the easement area, and amending the grading and driveway. Staff issued incomplete letters citing deficiencies, including written authorization from the easement holder. In November 2024, the appellants filed an appeal. Staff met with the appellants and easement holder to attempt an agreement. After a week, it was clear the parties were too far apart. In 2025, the Planning Commission unanimously denied the appeal, thereby upholding the Community Development Director's determination of an incomplete development application. The Planning Commission found that the appellant's position was inconsistent with the language of the easement and inconsistent with the fact the appellants previously entered into an easement encroachment agreement with the holder of the easement related to the originally approved project. In 2025, in February, the appellants filed an appeal to the council. They laid out 3 grounds. The first ground was the Planning Commission decision was not supported by California or federal law or by the evidence submitted to the Planning Commission. The city's response is that the Planning Commission determined that written authorization was consistent with city code. Ground number 2, the Planning Commission's decision was erroneous and arbitrary. The city response is the Planning Commission found substantial evidence in the record and made conclusions based on evidence presented in the staff report, late correspondence, and public testimony. Ground number 3, the appellants assert that they were not given a fair opportunity to be heard. City's response, the Planning Commission extended the speaking time for the appellant's attorney. The appellant also spoke at the meeting. Public and late correspondence, staff received public correspondence, which was included in the staff report. Staff received late correspondence from the easement holder and from the appellant's attorney. After evaluation, there was no new information that was not presented to the Planning Commission. Per City Council Policy Number 24, the Vice Chair of the Planning Commission, Eric Nolman, is present to provide council additional context related to the February 11, 2025 Planning Commission meeting if requested. Staff recommendation is to adopt the City Council's resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's decision to uphold the Director of the Community Development Department's determination of an incomplete development application for proposed revisions to a Planning Commission approved project at 3015 Crest Road. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Robert. Any questions of staff?
No.
Oh, sure. Councilman Lewis.
Point of clarification. So if I got the timeline right, if you go back to the agreement that was entered into, was it 2023 or?
It was 2020.
2020. So this agreement, where they agreed upon what the conditions of this were, was it like a previous owner, or it was this same appellants?
The same appellants.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess I have a question. So if we uphold the denial of the applicant, what is the redress for this? We're saying that the unpermitted work was unpermitted. What is the redress?
That's correct. It would be the removal of the unpermitted construction because it's within the easement area in violation of the site plan.
And the whole idea behind that is that the easement holder needs to have access to the sewer easement right-of-way to be able to potentially make repairs now or in the future to be able to continue to have active sewer crossing the boundaries of the property?
That was the agreement before it came to the Plan Commission in 2020. They had agreed to the height above the surface, and it's memorialized in writing and in diagrams, both on the site plans that the Planning Commission approved, as well as the easement agreement with words and diagrams that reflect that.
So I guess in the worst, yeah, Brandy, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, just want to acknowledge what was the decision was that this is an incomplete application because they did not provide the easement agreement, the permission from the easement holder to make that modification to reduce it to the 8-foot height. So that's what's deeming it incomplete, is that they don't have the easement agreement that
And if the easement agreement is never received, then they would have unpermitted work that would be interfering with the easement holder's ability to repair their sewer in the future. I guess, you know, to the absurd, they could require a backhoe to come in to dig up that, to repair the sewer in the middle of the appellant's house, I guess, right?
Yeah, their agreement allows that space of up to 10 feet. So it's that 2 feet of additional soffit that they install that's creating the difficulty here.
And doors on both sides. I mean, it sounds like they covered the breezeway.
Right.
No, it's still open.
Oh.
But they would like to put doors on in the future. And depending on the council's decision tonight, the drop-down ceiling is one of the different modifications that they would like to do moving forward.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Oh, one last question, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Mayor Pro Tem.
Quick question. During the entire timeline, has there been any correspondence or any, I guess, active communication between the easement holder and the appellant regarding any modification or anything like that we have?
There was an attempt with staff, because the two parties were so far apart, we did attempt for a week to try to come to an easement agreement before it went to the Plan Commission. But at the end of the week, the parties are so far apart, it goes well beyond the height over the surface. They can't even agree on who's the easement holder and who's giving the rights to the other owner. Because they're so far apart, the case just moved forward to the Planning Commission as the next step.
Okay, so let's clarify that part. So who's the easement holder?
Per the agreement, the easement holder is 3027 Crest Road. Mrs. Soong, who's present here in the meeting tonight.
And there's been no correspondence, right?
Yeah, they're not in communication.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's, I think oh, sorry, Councilwoman? Sure.
Okay, you said the easement holder is who?
Easement holder's 3027 Crest Road. Mrs. Soong, it's on parcel number 1 here.
So she's the holder of the easement? But is she the one of the ones that's filing for this?
They're asking for unpermitted work to.
They're asking to do work over the easement. Is that what it is?
I believe most of the work has already been done, and they're asking for a permit to do the work that has already been accomplished and potentially additional work, correct?
Yes, and the work, it was done on parcel number 2, that's outlined in yellow. That's owned by the appellants, Dr. Mao and Mr. Zong.
But then who's the lady that we're talking about now?
Mrs. Soong, the sewer serves her property at parcel number 1. So the sewer line, the sewer line goes across parcel number 2 that's owned by the appellants and serves parcel number 1, Mrs. Soong.
Okay, so did she agree to this?
No, and that's why the case is here tonight.
Oh, so she doesn't want the house to go over the sewer area, is that right?
Well, the house has been actually constructed.
I know.
It's just the height. They had both agreed before the house was ever constructed that there would be 10 feet of air clearance above the surface. And so they agreed to that. The house was constructed, and then the appellants constructed the drop-down ceiling at 8 feet without a permit. And so
they built the house, but not in agreement with what they had made with her initially.
yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we will invite the applicant, appellant to come up, Dr. Mao and Mr., how do you say? Huh? Zhang? So, I apologize.
And I believe that the attorney is also available via Zoom. So my understanding is that they wanted and they can correct me if I'm wrong, the attorney is via Zoom and you want her to speak first for the 10 minutes.
Or you'd like your attorney to speak for you for 10 minutes?
She will speak for 10 minutes.
Okay.
After that, I will speak just a couple.
You could speak on.
And they have filled out speaker.
Are you able to hear me? You able to hear me?
We
Good
can hear you.
evening, Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, members of the City Council. Thank you so much for your time this
You need to
evening.
start the clock.
My name is Elizabeth, and I'm the attorney for the appellant. And before I get started, I would like to request for an additional time, just so that I will be able to effectively communicate my client's position to you today. I think I can wrap this up in about 15 minutes. And so before
See if you can get through it in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen here with you. I did try to clear up a lot of, yes, so I do have my screen here.
Okay.
Yes, okay. All right, so if my clock can start now, I would really appreciate it.
Yep.
Again, my name is Elizabeth Afriye, and I'm the attorney for the appellant here. A few weeks ago, I got a call from my clients, and specifically Miss Ying, and she called me because she had just received an email from one of the city staff regarding the issues that we're discussing here today. And after she read the email, she told me that she nearly had a heart attack. There's been instances where I have gotten emails from my clients at 5 a.m. in the morning, and I know that they've been sending me emails at 5 a.m. in the morning because they've been up all night, consumed by the emotional distress that the issue that we're discussing here is causing them. And any reasonable person who's put in their position will experience the similar emotional, psychological, and mental distress that my clients are facing because of this issue. My clients purchased their property somewhere in 2017, 2018. At the time that they bought their property, they understood that their property was encumbered by a 10 feet wide sewer easement. The only legal description of the easement that exists is what is shown on the screen right now. It shows that parcel 1, which is the land adjacent to their land, has a 10 feet wide sewer easement over their property, which is parcel 2. The legal description of the easement here, as it's described here, it has no airspace right, and it has no land surface right. As is consistent with all other types of sewer easement, this is merely a subsurface right for parcel 1 to run their sewer laterals through underneath the ground of parcel 2 to the city's main line. That's all the sewer easement is. When my clients wanted to build on this property, they sent a drawing of it to the city, and the relevant parts of the drawing is shown here. But the actual built structure of that is depicted here. So the ground area here, underneath this ground area, is where the sewer lines pass. And currently, the neighbor sewer pipes are buried about 6 to 9 feet below the surface ground. My clients are the landowners, so they own the land surface right and they own the subsurface rights. When my clients submitted their plan to the city, they informed the city that they were going to maintain a ceiling height here of 10 feet. Now, this 10 feet ceiling height here was not required by the city. It was not required by the law. It was only merely my client's design style of how they wanted their building to look like. So if you look at it here, this is just a style of how they want their building to look like. So they submitted this plan to the city, and the city issued them a letter and said that their building structure implicates the city code, which provides in relevant parts that no construction of any structure or improvement is allowed within a legal easement without written authorization from the legal holder of the easement. And the key word here is within a legal easement. I know in the staff report, it talks about easement area. The city code does not talk about easement area. The city code says within a legal easement. So after the city determined that my client's building this structure around here was within the easement, the city attorney prepared an encroachment and construction agreement. And my clients are willing to testify under the penalty of perjury that at the time, the city informed them that the only way that they could build on the property that they had spent over $1 million of their life saving to acquire, the only way that they could build on that land is if they signed that agreement and they got their neighbor to sign that agreement too. At the time, my clients thought it was all part of the permitting process, so they signed the agreement and then they got their neighbor to sign the agreement too. So after that agreement was signed, my clients obtained the permits to be able to build on their land. While they were building on their land, they realized that in order to make their home functional, they needed to install AC ducts and utility pipes on this area, which is the area above this ceiling. So when they enclosed that area, the ceiling height, which was originally the plan that they had submitted to the city, was 10 feet, lowered to 8 feet. So this enclosure lowered it to 8 feet, but the client's ceiling beam remained 10 feet. It was just the enclosure that lowered it to 8 feet. My client's neighbor noticed this lowering and they reported it to the city. The city came and issued a stop order, and the city stated that by lowering the ceiling height from 10 feet to 8 feet, my clients still implicated this code, and so they needed the written authorization of their neighbor. And that's when my clients retained me and we appealed the city's decision. Before we went to the appeal, I was communicating primarily with Mr. Robert, who was working on behalf of the city. And I inquired from Mr. Robert how the city determined that my client's building was within that 10-foot wide subsurface sewer easement. Mr. Robert advised me that the city's reasoning, and he used the term legal reasoning, for finding that that building was within that 10 feet wide subsurface easement would be provided in the staff report. And we would only have access to the staff report 5 days before the hearing. So 5 days before the hearing, we get access to the staff report and we come to the hearing, and the PowerPoint presentation that was given, the reason that was provided in the staff report was that it was because of the construction and encroachment agreement that my client signed. The city's position is that even though this easement description here is purely subsurface rights, has no airspace right, has no land surface right, by signing the agreement, somehow my clients converted that easement from a subsurface easement into an easement with airspace right and land surface right, and that's why their building was within the easement. Now, I have a few things that I want to clarify here. The reason why the city even required my clients to sign that agreement in the first place is because the city had determined that my client's building was within the easement. So this agreement couldn't have been what put that construction within the easement. But even if we're trying to say that the agreement is what put the construction within the easement, even if we're entertaining that idea, let's look at the explicit language of that easement, that agreement. There is nowhere, and Mr. Roberts said this, and it's not true. I have read through the agreement back and forth. There is nowhere in the agreement where there's any language whatsoever where the parties agree that they intend to amend this legal description of the easement, change the dimensions of the easement, change it from a subsurface easement with 10 feet to a 10 feet high. There is nowhere in the agreement, whether explicitly or implicitly, where my clients warrant to maintain a ceiling height of 10 feet at all times or at any time whatsoever. The city relies on a particular paragraph of this agreement, which Mr. Robert cited to again, that the use of the word here, that the grantor grants a non-exclusive easement over, under, in, along, across, and upon the property. This is the language that Mr. Robert is relying on to say that because of this language that was included in the easement, that means that the 10-foot wide subsurface easement was somehow converted to a 10-foot wide easement with airspace right, and the height of that is exactly 10 feet. Your Honor, no, Your Honor, I'm not in court, but if we're just looking, if we're just looking at just the explicit language here, it says that the grantor of this agreement is Miss Sylvia, and the grantees of the agreement is my client. Under basic property law, and quite frankly, under our common sense of what is right, a person can grant another person rights in a property that the person legally owns. If you don't own a right in a property, you can't grant it to somebody else. Miss Sylvia is the grantor here. What she's legally entitled to is the subsurface easement. That's all that she has. So if she's the grantor here and she's granting any rights, what she can grant is what she has. My clients are the landowners. They have the airspace right. They have the land surface right. By this agreement, they're not granting anything. They're only receiving. So if my clients are not granting anything by this agreement, there is no way that their subsurface right could have been granted back to Miss Sylvia for somehow Miss Sylvia to grant it back to them. All that Miss Sylvia was granting is the easement, the subsurface easement that she has, if she could grant anything. And it says here that the easement is being granted over a property that is incorporated and attached as Exhibit D. That property that is incorporated and attached as Exhibit D is my client's property. Miss Sylvia, as the grantor here, cannot grant anybody an easement in a property that she does not own. Your neighbor cannot come to your property and grant themselves or another person an easement in your property. But even if somehow this is even possible that Miss Sylvia can grant something under California law, this is the California Code, Civil Code, Section 804 and 805. This is the code that describes easement. Section 804 says that a servitude can be created only by the person who has a vested interest in the servient tenement. And what this means is that a servitude here is the easement. It can only be created by a person with possessory and ownership rights in the land. So if the agreement here that the city is relying on is that the Miss Sylvia is granting a non-exclusive easement, she can only grant an easement in a land that she owns. It says here,
Elizabeth, can you wrap up, please?
Yes.
Thank
Section
you.
805 also said a servitude can only be held by the owner of the servient estate. Under what we have here, my clients are the owners of the servient estate. Says that a servitude cannot be held by them. So they cannot hold an easement in their own land. So Miss Sylvia couldn't have granted them an easement in their own land. And I say this all to say is that the city's interpretation of this agreement to support its decision is simply wrong. The only reasonable interpretation that can be given to this agreement is that Ms. Sylvia granted my clients a license to encroach in the same subsurface area where she has her sewer pipes, so that if my clients also want to insert their sewer pipes in that same area, then they can also do so. But in no way, shape, or form did this agreement somehow convert this easement into an easement with subsurface right, or require that the ceiling height be maintained by 10 feet at any time. So I'll wrap that up and I can come back if you give me more time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do I have any questions of, okay, Councilman Lewis.
I mean, I'll just ask a couple questions. So first of all, everyone is entitled to zealous advocacy under the law, and you're certainly very zealous, and I mean that sincerely, so kudos to you. I'm not a lawyer, so a little bit of this technicality is over my head, but I would just ask, sewer pipes need repairs, right?
Yes.
So the purpose, it would seem to me, as just an everyday man, I'm not a lawyer, is that the purpose of the easement of this land is for the sewer pipe to be there, but also to have access to it to fix it. Because if they build their house over where the pipe is and the pipe breaks there, the house has to be demolished in order to access the pipe. Wouldn't that make sense to you?
Yes. Yes, and I do, and we can address that concern. So we have a, so the first thing that I want to note is that.
Hold on a second, Elizabeth.
Let me just finish my question.
He hasn't finished his question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you short.
So if that's the case, whose responsibility is it to repair the house after it's been wrecked to access the pipe?
So the easement holder has all the responsibility to repair the easement. So under California law, if the easement holder goes into the building to conduct any repairs, she also has the responsibility to ensure that she restores the land to how it was before she conducted the repairs.
So isn't then your client's building over the pipe a diminishment of the easement holder? Because you're now imposing costs on her to repair a pipe that she would otherwise be able to repair for less money.
No. No, and I want to make sure that I understand your question. So the way that the building here is, her easement is underground. The way that the building is structured here, and I just want to pull that up here for you. Miss Sylvia can still come in here to repair her pipes should she need to repair it. We do have a California licensed engineer who has given an opinion on this, that there is nothing that will stop her from, if she needs to conduct any repairs, that she comes in here, she uses the tools that she needs to use, and then conduct the repairs. So there's nothing that inhibits her ability to repair the pipes.
Well, I think a backhoe would have a hard time fitting in there, it seems to me.
Yes,
right?
so the civil engineer opinion that we have, it says that any repairs that needs to be done there has to be done trenchless, because if it's not done trenchless and they use any heavy machinery that gets in there, it can affect the foundation of the building. So, and then my client's sewer pipes are also located in that same area. And from the reports that we have this far, there's no there's nothing that inhibits my client's ability to go in there and repair their sewer pipes, just like there was nothing that's going to inhibit Miss Sylvia's ability to repair her sewer pipes.
Okay, my last two questions is, I'll ask and then I'll yield to others. So again, it's your position that your client's building all this structure, which may be damaged or destroyed in the process of repairing the pipes, is not a diminishment of the easement holder's property?
That's my position, but I also want to make sure that I understand the question correctly. Are you saying that because my clients have built over that corridor area, that it inhibits the easement holder's ability to conduct repairs? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's imposing a cost that wouldn't otherwise exist. In other words, the pipe is under the ground, so the easement holder would, if they had to repair the pipe, dig into the ground at their own cost and fix the pipe. Okay, that's the way it was. But now, your clients build this house over, and you're saying if they have to fix the pipe, the easement holder has to repair your client's house that's damaged because it's encroaching on the workspace needed to fix the pipe. So that's actually imposing a cost on the easement holder. unilaterally. It seems to me, I'm not a lawyer, but it just seems like a diminishment of the easement holder. And so then, okay.
Yeah, so I will disagree with that because my clients here, they do have the land surface right. That's their land. So it doesn't matter if they didn't have any building there whatsoever and the land was bare and Miss Sylvia needed to repair her sewer pipes, she would still go, and whatever damages that she does to the land while she's making the repairs, she would still be responsible to pay for it. But as it stands right now, and we do have the opinion of a civil engineer that says that she can go in and safely conduct the repair. So if she goes in there and then she digs into the ground to be able to get into her sewer pipes, she has the responsibility to put the land back together the way that it was, like, put the soil back on and ensure that she doesn't do the work in a way that affects the foundation of my client's property. That's just basic, and I don't mean to use the word basic, but that's just how easement rights work with the easement holder and the property owner. The easement holder has the responsibility to conduct the repairs, but the holder also has to ensure that their use of that easement or conduction of that repairs does not unreasonably burden the landowner. So that's their responsibility under the law. And City Council here can fact check me or can legally check me on that.
I broadly agree with your point, but what I'm saying is that it looks to me like your client's actions are changing the status quo. So in other words, that's why the easement holder has a right to withhold permission, right? Because you're imposing costs on, it's a her, right, that owns it? Property one, he or she?
I think there are hers on both sides.
Hers on both sides. Okay, so you're imposing, by building constructions, you're imposing post-agreement changes that impose costs on the easement holder, and that's why she's probably not granting the easement, I speculate. But
what would be the post-construction cost, if I may ask, Councilman?
because it used to be land and now there's a building on it. And so if they repair the sewer pipes, it'll destroy the building. It'd be one thing if your client said, hey, we'll fix our house if that happens, but you're saying the easement holder has to fix the house. That seems like you're changing the status quo under which the agreement was made. Second comment, and then I'll yield. I have to yield. I'm using a lot of time and there's other council members here, but I'm not a lawyer either, so I don't know if there is any such thing as a subsurface only easement. I've only ever heard of easements like when there's a big plot of land and there's a road that goes over it to access other driveways, and that landholder grants easement so that other people can drive to their houses. I wouldn't imagine that if such an easement were granted and then the landholder suddenly put up a giant gate that blocked traffic that doesn't touch the ground on the easement and would say, oh, well, it's not touching the ground on the easement's still clear, you just can't drive to your house anymore. It seems to me that would be a good analogy of what you're proposing.
Mr. Councilman, that's not what I'm proposing. So right now, what she has here is a subsurface easement. And if we can go back to the legal description of an easement, is that what legally the person is granting is what you have. If it's not legally granted, you don't have it.
Do you have a legal description that specifies what a subsurface easement is? Is there such a legal description?
That's so a subsurface means that it's something that is underneath the ground.
I know what subsurface means, but what I'm asking is there in California code a legal definition or a distinction between a subsurface easement and a surface easement? And can you show me that code? Can you show me that code?
I don't have a code, but I did cite to certain case law. So the first appeal that I conducted, I did cite to case law where California courts had made decisions regarding sewer pipes. In this case, it wasn't, it was actually a water pipeline underneath. It wasn't necessarily sewer, and it was referred to as a subsurface easement. And the court did have the opinion that the easement right was underneath and it was not on top. So it's a case law. It's in. I would have to go back to my records to be able to cite it to you, but I can certainly provide it to you after the hearing. But that's what it is. And if you look at the description here, we've actually gone to like map it. There is no height requirement here. It's all underneath the ground. It's all like underneath. There isn't any part that gives it a height or airspace rights.
Okay, well, thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Councilman Lewis. Mayor Pro Tem, first, Councilwoman Ferraro, did you have questions?
Nope.
Okay, you're on.
Thank you. Hey, Council, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Hey, I got a quick question. So your client the appellant here they signed an agreement, it looks like, in February 26th of 2020, correct?
I believe so. Yes, the agreement is not dated, but I read through the staff report, and the staff report said that that's when the agreement was submitted to them, but we don't have a date on the actual agreement.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is they engaged in an agreement between themselves and they defined the easement, and then the easement had in and of itself a definition of over, under, in, along, across, and upon the 10-foot wide sewer easement. And then there's a diagram in the sewer easement agreement diagram that has the circle words for the sewer easement plus the clearance, the width and the height. And then that's in the actual agreement itself. So how do you rebut that?
Yes, so thank you for that. I think that this is where it becomes a matter of law, that when you're looking at the interpretation of an agreement between two parties, you have to go through and look at the express terms of the agreement. What the city is doing here is that there's no express terms of the agreement that actually states what the city is saying that the agreement states. The city is using relying on the word over, under, in, along, across, upon, and then also just going to by the fact that there are these diagrams that were showed that were put into the agreement. Now, keep in mind that this agreement was drafted by the city attorney, and I don't say this to diminish anybody, but my client's the husband was the one that was involved in this at the time. They had little to no understanding of actually what's going on. All that they understood was that this is what I need to sign to get the permit. But so this is something that the city attorney drafted. But if you look at the express terms of the agreement here, there's absolutely nowhere that states that this is what the parties are agreeing to, that my clients are agreeing to maintain that ceiling height of 10 feet. It's nowhere in the agreement. Oh, it says that Ms. Song is granting a non-exclusive easement over, under, in, along, across, and upon the property described. And with the point that I was making is that Ms. Sylvia can only grant an easement or can grant rights that she legally has. And the right that she legally has under the legal description of the easement that we have is a subsurface easement rights. So she couldn't have granted a non-exclusive easement that contains airspace rights and land space right, and the height of that is exactly 10 feet because she legally was not entitled to it to be able to grant it. So that's the point that I'm trying to make. And the fact that these exhibits or these illustrations were incorporated in there in and of itself, and parts of it was circled, in and of itself means nothing. These were plans that my clients had submitted to the city. So when the city attorney was preparing the agreement in order to conduct to show the illustration of what property is being talked about, the city attorney grabbed those plans that my clients had submitted and incorporated it into the agreement. So that in and itself, and this may be something that can be challenged for a judicial review, but I'm confident that no judge is going to look at that and say that just because you have these exhibits attached means that somehow Ms. Sylvia has the right to grant property rights that she legally is not entitled to. So I vehemently disagree with the city's position in terms of that interpretation.
So you're telling me Ms. Soong, who granted the easement to the appellant, had no legal authority to grant this easement, even though she had the 10-foot wide easement of itself?
So she has the 10-foot wide easement, so she has the legal authority, if anything, to grant what she has. And as I stated here, that what she has is a subsurface right. The city is saying that what Ms. Sylvia granted here is land surface and airspace right. And I'm saying she legally doesn't have that. So she couldn't have granted it, and my clients did not grant anything. They only received what she granted.
She's
Okay,
saying they don't have.
No, I understand that, but
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add some context here because I think there's a segment that's missing. First off, the matter before you has nothing to do with it, whether there's a legal authority. It is an incomplete letter for after the fact work that was done that we are saying get us the easement holder's authorization. That code section is 17.49.030 of the Rancho Palos Verdes Municipal Code, which is under the title of setbacks. Let me read you what it says. So this whole section is all about setbacks. Except as otherwise provided in this chapter, no building, structure, or portion of any building or structure located under or above the ground shall be constructed or extended closer to any street side, interior side, front, or rear property line than the respective front, side, or rear setback required in the district in which the property is located. On lots abutting a private street, setbacks shall be measured from the street easement line for measuring setbacks. It goes on to say, then it characterizes different setbacks. Under section E is where the exceptions are listed. I think I missed it here. It's E, I'm scrolling, it's F, under easements. It says setbacks from legal easements other than street right-of-way easements shall not be required. So in other words, you don't need to adhere to for rights of way. In addition to the appropriate review and approval by the city, no construction of any structure or improvement is allowed within a legal easement without the written authorization from the legal holder of the easement. All the city is saying, it's a civil matter between two parties, but in order for you to proceed with your development, you need to provide authorization from the easement holder. That's all we're asking. This goes way back to 2015. And you need to also go back when this lot was created.
Looks like it was a lot split.
It was a lot split, and I believe
With an existing easement, existing sewer lines running across the lot split that was created.
Yes, and so when I was community development director, this project was going through the process, and I remember the discussions regarding this easement. The appellant who's appealing this decision is an architect who understands what easements are. And all the city is saying, there was an agreement that you provided saying, well, in order for us to deem your application complete to continue the development process, you got the authorization to construct your project. That's all we're asking. We're not establishing 10 foot, 20 feet, none of that. All we're saying is get the easement holder's authorization. They did that as a civil matter between the two parties. And what happened is construction occurred that went beyond the agreement. It was brought to our attention. Code enforcement went out. Code enforcement said, you are building improvements that are not per plans. You need to get an after the fact permit, and they're going through that process, and the application has been deemed incomplete for processing because all they need to do is get us the easement holder's authorization. That's all we're asking. That's why the application's incomplete. If it's a dispute between the two parties, not for the city council, not for the city. All we need is the easement holder's authorization. Simple, that's it.
Mr. Councilman, if I may be heard a minute.
No, Elizabeth, we're doing council questions. So Mayor Pro Tem,
I have a last
any
question.
Other questions?
Yes. Council, in regards to the two parcel owners, what is their relationship? Is it familial? Is it not? Are they strangers? Have they known each other for a long time?
No, so from my understanding, and this may venture into attorney-client privilege, so you may have to ask them directly, but I don't think there's a family relationship there. But I mean, if I may get the opportunity to address what Mr. Council.
You'll have opportunities to rebut later.
Yeah, the reason why I ask is because I want to see if this goes beyond just, 2 feet of an easement and construction, if there's underlying issues that are being brought to the city council so that we can deliberate on this. Because if it is an incomplete letter or an agreement that needs to be done or correspondence that needs to happen because of the easement, then we're talking about completely something else. So I just wanted some background, and it looks like you're not giving me that.
Yeah, so from my understanding, there is no family relationship there. It's just a matter of, I think there may have been some form of, I don't know if hostility is the right word to describe it, but it's just been a situation where we're trying to get the building done, and then the city says we need her permission, and she's not granting the permission. I think there's a time that she's saying that in order for her to even, at the last hearing, that in order for her to grant the permission, that my clients have to pay for her to undo the easement and relocate it somewhere and give her an easement somewhere else. So that's that's her position, or otherwise my clients have to undo what they've already done in their building and incur the cost. So
Okay,
that's
thank you,
where we are.
counsel. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I have one or two questions for you, Elizabeth.
Yes.
Back to the current construction. So the original plans that were filed and approved by the city were incorrect. The architect drew them incorrect, and they had to be amended after the fact. True statement?
I wouldn't say that. I think I wouldn't. I
It
think
wasn't
that,
originally a 10-foot ceiling, and then you had to be constructed, and somebody then added in AC ducts into that 2-foot space after the fact?
yes, and then yes.
Okay, so the original plans were incorrect, and after the fact, modifications to the plans to add in AC ducts were put into that drop-down ceiling crawl space that thus encroached on the agreement that had been made between the parties. Whether or not that agreement was legitimate, but that was the agreement that was made, a 10-foot by 10-foot corridor, correct?
No, so that's not the agreement that they made. They never made that agreement. So and that's what I was getting to, is that the interpretation that you have here, the 10-foot by 10-foot, that's the city's interpretation. It's nowhere in the agreement. If you go read the agreement word for word, which would be what the parties are agreeing
But the
to,
original plans that were filed, that were approved, showed a 10-foot by 10-foot corridor going through the area above the space where there was an easement, correct?
yes, so the
Okay,
plans
thank you.
10-foot, yes.
Okay. So there were no AC ducts in that area in the original plans that were approved?
So in the I would have to double check on that with my client to confirm, but I do know that the original plan that they submitted to the city had that the ceiling height would be 10 feet high.
Okay, thank you very much.
Also, that was not required by the city. It was just their structure, their style. For their
It was the plans that were approved. I mean, there wasn't a requirement for any of the plan, but that is what the applicant sent to the city, was approved. It was a 10 by 10 corridor above the sewer easement for the neighbor property. That was approved, correct?
Yes, above
thank
the
you.
land surface. The sewer easement is underneath. And I want to make that clear. It's underneath. It's
I
not
said above the sewer easement. Now, we'll talk a little more about, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Madam City Clerk, where are we? We are public testimony.
Our first speaker is Ying Mao.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay. Dear Mayor and the council members,
Can you
please
do us a favor,
forgive
just
me.
pull down the mic a little bit? The mic in front of you, pull it down. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
So we can hear you.
Oh, okay. 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 Good evening, dear Mayor and all city council members. Please forgive me. English is not my first language. I need 5 minutes. Is that okay? If you push me, that would make my part more difficult.
Try to keep it to 3 minutes.
Yeah, I will try. I will try. Okay. Dear Mayor Bradley and all City Council members, thank you for being here in this public hearing to help solve this case. The purpose of this appeal is for us to seek fairness and rule of law to protect rights as landowners. Our attorney, Elizabeth, has provided sufficient legal basis for this appeal just now. Both 3005 as us and 3020, the sewer easement holder, both parties are entitled to enjoy their rights. For us as landowner rights, for the sewer easement holder, they have right to enjoy a sewer. We support that. The neighbor constructed her sewer without city permit in 2022. Since then, she has been fully enjoying the unpermitted, and uncertified sewer easement every day. Even until today, it's unpermitted and uncertified. However, we as the landowner, enjoying our own land is our legal right. But it seems that because of the neighbors and the city's actions, we cannot enjoy our own land without others' permission. Is this right to you? At least we don't think so. On our own land, we just need to put keywords, removable stone paving flooring in the corridor. That's not within the sewer easement, okay? To make the area usable and clean. On our own land, we just need to install AC ducts, as you saw in the picture, and the utility pipes under the steel structure beams to make our new house functional. Without those utility pipes, the house cannot be functional. On our own land, keep that in mind, that's our own land. Can I go on?
Finish up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
On our own land, we just need to install, keyword, removable doors. Keep that in mind, removable doors, to prevent damages from winter storms and moistures, and to protect our equipment and appliances and privacy. Because the two houses, the distance, they're only 20 feet around, very close.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now,
Thank you.
okay. Can my husband speak?
Do we have?
Yeah.
Shane?
Yeah, my husband, his English is not good enough.
Yeah, very
Okay.
limited.
Okay.
Yeah.
My English, sorry.
You can have 3 minutes.
Here,
Okay.
Yes.
council member, as a architect.
Would you speak into the microphone, please, so they can hear you online?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So, yeah, in my 40 years architecture career, this is first time to face the easement case like this, across, inside, the middle of the property land. Before, I'm not some very limited knowledge about the easement, the sewer easement. So in our property, there's two easements. One is this sewer easement, another one is the corner for the road easement. And after a long time to process with the city and the information provided by our lawyer, our attorney, right now we know that different easement has different specific limited the right. For sewer easement is underground, not above, not airspace. So right now, when I provide the design or apply my plan, there is no structure design, no AC unit or utility pipe design. And after the structure design, there is a steel beam across the corridor. So our AC duct and utility pipe lead across to the room. So we have to drop a little bit the ceiling to install the duct pipe go through. Then the room can have the AC condition and the water, hot water, cold water, everything like that. So we have to. And when the design, the height of the floor is 11 feet. So when I design, submit, it's 10 feet is only structure, structure D. Yeah, so we have two. I will have to, but in the structure applying, in structure practice, like this, minor adjust is very normal.
Very common.
Very common, because when the design maybe forgot or ignore something, but when structure, construction over there, some issue happen. So this is the case. This is normal. This is not easement issue. It's a design issue. This is a very normal minor adjustment. And for another easement, road easement, we understand the holder, the easement holder, the road easement holder, they have a right of the space. So if we do something there, we have to get the other right.
Thank you.
So here's, we don't think so, we don't need.
Does anybody have questions of the speakers?
Just one more minute.
Nope.
Is that okay?
No.
No? Okay.
Anybody have questions of speakers?
No, I understand.
Paul? No, I do not. Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sylvia Song.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Sylvia Song. I'm the property owner at 3027 Crest Road and the legal holder of the sewer easement in question tonight. I come before you tonight not out of choice, but out of necessity. This marks the fourth public hearing where I've had to defend rights that are legally established and should not be up for repeated challenges or debate. The facts are straightforward. The sewer easement was established and recorded well before the appellants bought their property. They chose to build over the easement, and I allow that as a neighborly compromise, despite having no obligation to do so. They designed their project with a 10-foot vertical clearance limitation over the easement and reassured me of future unobstructed access. And before this, the easement provided full ground-to-sky access. Had I known they would later attempt to control or restrict the method of sewer repairs, which I believe they have no right to do so, I would never have signed the agreement. They did not amend the agreement before violating its terms, and now they demand I accept further limitations on my legal access. I notified them during the framing process that they were out of compliance by lowering the ceiling height, and they ignored me and just completely ignored my concerns. I want the appellants to restore the agreed upon 10 by 10 clearance. It is my opinion that the appellants have repeatedly evaded responsibility through diversion tactics and denial, rather than addressing their unpermitted and unapproved construction by placing blame on the city, question the municipal code, and challenging the very agreement they themselves presented me to sign. The appellants have further betrayed the trust I extended in good faith by proposing to seal off the easement corridor, further limit my access, and essentially alter all aspect of the agreement that they presented to me and explained to me, and made public statements that are misleading and factually false to divert attention from their own violations. Your decision to uphold the Planning Commission's decision and staff's recommendation tonight will affirm the city's commitment to the rule of the law and city code, and ensure that all property owners and developers are held to the same fair and consistent process and standards. Finally, I ask that you take a moment to imagine what it would be like if you lived next door to neighbors who disregarded agreements, sidestep approvals, and create ongoing conflict. Consider the emotional toll, the stress, and the hours spent defending what should never have been in dispute. We have acted in good faith from the beginning. We hope you can empathize with the position we've been placed in through no fault of our own and did nothing to provoke. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker?
Yes.
Councilwoman Ferraro.
If they went back to the 10-foot versus 8-foot, that's an agreement you've already agreed to, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, can you understand why they want to go down 2 feet to put in the, as I understand it, the air conditioning?
They didn't let me know they were going to do that. My understanding, it was 10-foot clearance. We researched and assessed, and you will hear from my partner soon, that we spent time to assess the 10-foot high and the 10-foot wide. And that's what we agreed to. And when they were framing, I can see next door. And I told them, I text Mr. Zhang, I can see you lower your ceiling. You can't do that. He just ignored me. You don't know what you're talking about. And that's why I went to the city.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yes, Councilmember.
You said a minute ago that the draft plans and the agreement they presented to you.
Correct.
Is that in dispute at all? That
It wasn't from the city.
That the appellants here generated that work product themselves and presented it themselves. Is there anyone disputing that?
I don't know who drafted it. They gave it to me and they go, hey, please sign it.
Wait. You'll have a chance to rebut
We'll let
this.
their lawyer can answer that. That's a question. I want to know if that's in dispute or not. But their lawyer will have a chance.
The appellant will come up and be able to rebut here.
Councilmember Lewis, to just point of clarification, the city attorney's office may very well have reviewed it as to form before the city was willing to accept it.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's have the appellant come back up and you can make a rebuttal.
No,
Forgive me,
there's
Mayor.
some more
There's
speakers.
one more
Sorry,
speaker.
I'm sorry. I jumped the gun.
Our last speaker is Tim Logan.
Sorry. I didn't see that there was 4. I thought there was 3.
It's okay.
I can't count.
Pay attention.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Tim Logan. I am a longtime resident of 3027 Crest Road, along with Sylvia. I appear before you tonight as a civil servant with well over 20 years' experience working with easements and operating heavy equipment in confined spaces for a local municipality. A major component of my current job is reviewing building plans submitted by property owners and evaluating whether they interfere with existing easements or compromise the ability to service the equipment located within them. I am authorized to either approve these plans or reject and require the modifications to ensure long-term access is maintained. Maintenance includes retaining proper unobstructed access to service the utilities within the easement. An easement owner's authorization must be obtained during the planning and permitting process, otherwise it would directly violate the easement owner's legal right to assess their continued ability to maintain the easement. Requiring easement owner approval is not unique to RPV. In my jurisdiction, no property owner is exempt from this process, whether it's a multi-million-dollar high-rise or just a simple backyard ADU. The Department of Building and Safety mandates that all easement holders provide authorization before any building plans are even reviewed. In this case, before Sylvia signed a construction and encroachment agreement with the appellants, reducing the unlimited height to a height of 10 feet, allowing them to build over the easement, I helped Sylvia research. We consulted 2 professional plumbers and also an earth moving company that we had employed on another project on the property. They all assured us that the pipes could be replaced using conventional trenching methods based on the plans. But with the equipment required to do so would require a minimum of 10-foot vertical clearance, which we had based on the plans that we were provided. Our only expectation was that they honor the agreement and follow the plans that they provided in relation to Sylvia's easement. Anything less than this agreed upon clearance not only impairs our ability to service the easement, it violates the contract and effectively strips Sylvia of her rights. 3 points that I've learned through my experience managing easements. When plans to build may limit future access, authorization from an easement owner is both a requirement and a right. Number two, the property owner where the easement lies has no authority to dictate methods used to service or replace the equipment within the easement and are expected to build their structure accordingly. Number three, the property owner cannot refuse the easement owner access in order to inspect, maintain, or service the equipment. I have personally had to involve law enforcement when property owners failed to acknowledge this legal obligation. Finally, I want to commend the city staff and the Planning Commission for their thoughtful and principled handling of this matter. Their diligence not only upheld the law, but also helped prevent this city from getting into a bind itself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Councilwoman Ferraro?
You said when you were examining this to decide on what your opinion was, that it was based on the original design for the 10 feet, right?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
And you're saying that if it were only to be 8 feet, that wouldn't be enough to adequately have enough adequate space for maintenance of the easement?
Under normal circumstances, it might possibly be. This is not a normal circumstance. That sewer is approximately 9 feet deep in that area. With an 8-foot vertical ceiling, you can't even operate a shovel in order to unearth that. So in order to even do a task like that, you need all the room that you can get. 10 foot was the bare minimum that we could accept, and we thought we had it. We actually did, according to the plans that we were provided, that we based all of our decisions upon.
I see. And then when they decided to put air conditioning in, I guess they needed 2 more feet, and so they didn't think anything of taking
So they
it
took
out
it
of.
from us.
Yeah. And you're saying that it's really important to keep that much space
Yes.
to be able to use the subsurface.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, did you have a question?
Quick question.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Real quick. There's an issue about correspondence between the parties, between appellants and yourselves. And I think Ms. Sung mentioned this as well, that you guys did reach out or try to contact the appellants. Is that correct?
Yes, we did on numerous occasions. I actually, even after the last Planning Commission meeting, I emailed them directly, and I also sent a certified letter. I got no acknowledgement. We were trying to find some kind of way that we could work around this. But honestly, I think at this point, I don't think we're in the position to make any kind of an agreement with them. They don't honor the one that we have.
Okay, so that correspondence, obviously city staff knew that you guys are talking back and forth, but no agreement was reached. Is that correct?
You'll have
chance,
an
ma'am.
opportunity to
Give me a
rebut.
second. So you guys alerted city staff that you were trying to reach out to the appellants as well?
I have not been communicating with city staff myself. Sylvia's been communicating with them.
Okay, so,
And I
but you
believe
guys
she
did make
has
the effort
mentioned
to
it
talk
to
to
them.
city staff about the impasse. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Any other speakers before I move on a little prematurely? Okay, rebuttals. Huh? What? Yeah, well, you can either have your lawyer do a 3-minute rebuttal, or you can come up and do it yourself, whoever you would prefer to do it. Would you prefer to have your lawyer?
Yeah.
Okay. Elizabeth, you're back.
Yes, thank you so
You have 3
much
minutes for a rebuttal.
Thank you so much for that. So one thing that I want to point out is that at the last hearing that we had, the members that we spoke with, one thing that almost all of them agreed to was that the lowering the ceiling height by 2 feet was not going to inhibit Ms. Sylvia's ability to go in there and repair her sewer pipes should it become necessary. That was something that almost every member on the panel agreed to. We do have a licensed engineer report that I attached to the memorandum, and I do have the copy of that here. that clearly states that they're not going to have any issue being able to repair the sewer pipes with the ceiling height lowered by 2 feet, and also recommends that all work that needs to be done there has to be done trenchless. Otherwise, it's going to affect the foundation of the building. I do want to make it clear here, as an attorney, I tend to be a little bit combative, but if you get the chance to talk to my clients here, they are willing to work with Miss Sylvia. All that they want to do is to be able to continue to construct their building. They're willing to come into a place as to an agreement where they would provide assurance to Miss Sylvia that under California law, their obligation is to permit Miss Sylvia easy access to her sewer easement and conduct all the repairs that she needs. And they're willing to not construct any permanent structure that would inhibit her ability to access her sewer. My client's sewer pipes are within the same area too. So if they provide any form of restriction for Miss Sylvia, they won't be able to access their sewer pipes either. And I also want to go back and address an issue that one of the council members mentioned here, that this is an incomplete report, and then it was just a matter of we need the consent to keep the process going. When we appealed the decision, I specifically inquired from Mr. Robert that how far away from this subsurface easement did my clients need to build their property so that they wouldn't have been building within the easement. So for example, how far high, north, south, east, away from that sewer easement did they need to build so that this problem could have even been avoided, that they wouldn't have needed her permission? And we never got any answer. The only answer that we got from the city was the agreement, that it was because of the agreement, that's why my client's building plan was within the easement. And it didn't make any sense to me because it was after the determination that the plan was within the easement that the city required that they sign the agreement. So I think if we had the clarification and understanding, and even if my client even had that from the beginning, then they could have even avoided this altogether. Because what this has created is that if my clients require the written permission of Miss Sylvia and there's no guardrails as to when she can deny or choose to approve that permission, then she has the freedom to deny it. So that if my client had bought this $1 million property and Miss Sylvia had said that, nope, I don't feel like letting you guys build on this property, then they couldn't have built on that property. There's no reasonable standard as to when she's allowed to say no or when she's allowed to say yes. It's like you buy your property, your neighbor can keep on and say that, no, you can't build on it, and there's nothing you can do.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions of the rebuttal?
I want to repeat the question that I had before, which is that the source of these plans that became agreed upon in 2020 was your client.
The plan that, no. The plan that they submitted to the city came from my client, and that was back in, I think, 2018. It wasn't in 2020.
Okay, so I may have misstated the date, but the plan that showed the 10-foot ceiling and all was submitted, it was generated by your client.
Yes.
Number one. Number two, your client is, if not a licensed, is a trained architect. Is that true or not true? I heard that earlier tonight.
Yes, he's an architect,
Okay.
yes.
3, they began building this lowered ceiling without a permit. Is that, they started that work without?
They had the permit. Yeah, no, they had the permit to build on the property. The permit said that they've been approved to build per the plan. The ceiling beam did not lower. The plan that they submitted to the city said that the ceiling beam will be 10 feet high. They didn't lower that. It was still 10 feet. It was the enclosure after they installed the utility pipes.
I understand. Yes, thank you. I understand there's a difference in interpretation of where the ceiling actually is. So my last question, in your application, which you submitted to the Planning Commission, did it contain the permission from the easement holder to do the work? Yes or no?
In which application? So the application that it was after the city told them that they required to, they needed to sign that agreement. Yes. And
No,
so
I'm talking about more recently. The decision that you are protesting right now or appealing right now, the issue at hand is whether the application was complete. To have a completed application, you need permission from the easement holder. Did you have permission from the easement holder in your application?
Yes.
I would like to answer that with a question. The issue for us was understanding why the building was within the easement. And then the city said that pushed us back to the agreement. So our position here is that we are not entirely clear that the agreement is even required based on the city code.
Okay,
Because we
thank
don't
you.
know what within the easement is.
So, do you have a question? Okay. Two quick questions for you, Elizabeth. One was, when your clients purchased this property, was the sewer easement running across it noted in the title report in the original acquisition of the property?
Yes, it was, and it was
Okay.
a subsurface easement.
And when your applicant bought the property, there was no design for the structure with that property acquisition. It was a vacant piece of property with a identified easement across it. And they came up with the design of how they wanted to put a structure on that property.
So I think that I need to, my client can clarify this, but they were told specifically that there was a part of the property that they could build on. So when my client the architect was designing this building, I don't think they were free to do it anywhere they wanted on the land. They were told that this is where it needs to be done. And I can give my client permission to, clarify that, but it wasn't.
But it was a design of their own choosing. Nobody told them they had to build a house like this or this size or this style. And it was fully disclosed in their original purchase of the property that there was an easement running across the property, correct?
That there was a subsurface sewer easement, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Which happens, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, with that, I will, any questions? Yes, you have questions?
Well, no.
We're not to deliberations yet, so
Okay.
And you may want to close the public hearing.
I was just going to do that. I'm going to close the public hearing, and we're going to move on to council deliberations. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and you are a wonderful advocate for your clients.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. Thank you, and thank you so much for your patience and listening to us today.
Thank you. So let's start deliberation. I have a couple of questions for city staff just to start this off. For the city attorney, easements. I am not an attorney, nor did I stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, so consider me a layperson. When we're talking about an easement across a piece of property, is there such thing as a subsurface only easement and a vertical easement? There's two easements on this property. Is there a distinguishment between those easements? Because one is certainly a driveway easement, so the assumption is somebody's going to be driving across it above it, so you have to have some site of vertical clearance to do it. Is there a differentiation between easements?
Well, there are differentiations between the use of the easement. So for instance, you'll have a right-of-way easement for transportation, you'll have a sewer easement, you'll have drainage easements, you'll have for use. So there are distinctions in that way. But the easement itself is a non-possessory interest to utilize, that area for the use that you need it for. So.
But generally, for easement, you have to provide unencumbered access to that easement, to the easement holder, to be able for them to exercise their rights for what that easement was designed for, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And if you want to do anything that affects that, you have to obtain from the easement holder the right to encroach on that easement. And that's what we're dealing with here, is an agreement that would allow the appellant to encroach on the easement. So the encroachment is the issue here and what was allowed.
So if somebody comes in and says, hey, I bought this property, but I want to build a house on it, and they want to straddle that easement and they put an archway in it to straddle, I mean, we could say, okay, that's fine. But that straddling, you could have moved the house one way or another, built a smaller house, what have you. But that's all up to the property owner to be able to design something that preserves the easement rights and the access to it, as well as however they'd like to build their home, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this was, Mr. City Manager or Madam Director of Community Development, a lot split. It looks like the sewer easement was running across the side of the property, and then the lot was split, and that easement was running through it after the lot split. Is that accurate of how we got here? I mean,
That's
it
what
looks
they
like
said.
that.
Yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not fully confident, but I believe when the lot split was approved, they had to put in a sewer, because I believe that area is primarily on septic.
Yeah, this is over on the east side, so that would make sense. The joys of living on the east side. Yeah. Hold on a second. So, Brandy, so when we have, we approve plans, something like this, and there is a critical height restriction, and the plans deviate it by 20%, which is basically a 2-foot reduction in a 10-foot corridor, is that considered a major deviation, especially if there was a condition of approval to the plans?
What we'll look at is what is being approved. We're looking at the approval of what that height was, and at the 10 feet was based on the agreement from the easement holder. So that's something that we're going to evaluate if something is going outside of that area. If they are making some modification, that there might be a minor modification approval that I could authorize. We'll evaluate that based on what the code is for whatever that is. But for this specific situation, the boundary was based on the agreement from the easement holder.
And do you have a good sense, if you wanted to dig a 9-foot deep trench, how deep or how much vertical clearance you would need to be able to get a piece of equipment, a backhoe, a baby bobcat or something in there to be able to go 9 feet down?
That is not my expertise, the construction or what equipment would be used. I would assume if you wanted something that was going to have the leveraging effect to get that depth, that you'd probably need more than the 10 feet, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't hand trench or use other equipment to do trenching.
Do hand trenching down to 9 feet?
You can. In Hoboken, you had to.
But we're not in Hoboken
That's right.
anymore.
Do you have a gut feel on what kind of vertical clearance you would need to be able to dig a 9-foot deep trench that's, say, 40 feet long?
It depends on many factors. I think we'd have to do a more detailed analysis. But just offhand, 10 by 10 sounds about right.
Okay, thank you.
But sorry.
Councilman Lewis, you were first. Didn't Councilwoman Ferraro?
So real quick, so I'm just an accountant, but 10 feet seems to me to be tight for such work. But notwithstanding whether it's sufficient or not, that's what the easement holder has already agreed to. Mm-hmm. So that's that. But as far as going forward, for council and recognizing council that this may or may not be within your specific area of specialization, you know, the Appellant's Council is asserting that there is specific California code pertaining to a subsurface sewer easement as opposed to a standard of what everybody understands. So that may exist. I don't have that to see before me now, so I can't assess it. But if that's not the case and that we're going by sort of a reasonable man standard, would you think it likely that a reasonable man would assume that access from above to a sewer line is part of its reasonable use and maintenance? And that a court would maybe find such?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ferraro.
Okay, so the staff hasn't looked into whether or not they could really use 8 feet versus 10 feet, have they? They've just said that this wasn't the agreement, so therefore we're not going to approve anything?
It's not even about approving or not approving. At this point, it's an incomplete determination because they didn't provide an easement agreement that would authorize that to be encroach into that 10-foot. So they already have the encroachment that the easement holder, the neighbor, had authorized. That's what we needed in order for them to get the approval originally. When they reduced that ceiling height, when that was brought to our attention, that was a violation because it was not within what was agreed to in their easement agreement. That's not something that we're going to evaluate if that's something that they could dig or construct on. It was in order for them to get the agreement in the first place, that was something that the easement holder had to make that determination.
So really and truly, we don't even need to make a determination. We just need to have them go back to the.
Yep.
We need an easement holder authorization for it to be a reduced height, or it needs to go back to what it was approved at with the 10 feet.
So they need to go back to the easement holder and talk to them about why they need to lower the structure 2 feet.
All we need is an authorization from the easement holder to deem it a complete application.
And that's really not something we can do, is it?
Correct.
Correct.
So why are we talking any longer?
Okay.
All right, deliberations.
Yeah, let's do deliberations and then let's do a motion.
May I start, Mr. Mayor?
You may start, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, I just want to say thank you to the parties because I know this is a harrowing experience, I guess, starting in 2018 for 7 years, trying to get property built and things like that, and coming before a public body to basically air out all your frustrations on both sides. And to council, I commend you for your zealous advocacy on behalf of your clients. Now, I think before this body, there's one legal question that was brought up by council, and that's the question of what the definition of an easement was. And I know she argued that in length, and she was passionate about it, but that's not before this body. What's before this body is, was there permission from the easement holder and agreed upon disposition of plans of 10 feet by 10 feet? And it looks like, from my perspective at least, that that's what we need to determine. And from what we've seen and heard so far, it looks like appellants did submit that plan now to the original the easement holder. Now, based on that, we have not seen any permission coming from their end to the appellant. So I think the simple question here is, was there permission given to the appellant to actually drop their ceiling down from 10 feet to 8 feet? And the answer is no. And it's a simple question today, and what we're trying to answer is there an incomplete development application? And that's what we need, that's what we're here for. The legal question, I know there's a lot of arguments for what the easement was and what they should have done and what the legal definition was, but that's not before this body. What's before it is, was there permission? And simply no at this point. I know there's a lot of charged passion on both sides and things like that, but I think the two parties need to figure out how to get to a position that's beneficial to both parties, because I know a lot of money was spent in this effort. But from the city, from at least my standpoint, I can't talk for the city council. I think it's pretty clear in what the position we're going to take is based on the information that was given to us tonight. So based on that, Mr. Mayor, I don't have any further statements. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much for concisely summing up what we've been talking about for the last hour and a half. So I share your sentiments. Thank you to the appellant. Thank you for the
easement holder.
Are you ready for a motion?
The Yeah, but thank you for everybody coming out. Thank you, Elizabeth, for your passionate advocacy for your client. But yeah, I share your thoughts as well, Mayor Pro Tem. I think this is a discussion of, was there a variance to the easement granted? And if it was granted, what was the agreement? And it's not in compliance. So I think it's simple. We need to get a revised agreement, or we need to, or the parties need to abide by the agreement. Councilman Lewis.
Real quick, I know we've put some time into this, but it's worthy because, you know, we have impassioned people that are citizens. And so to both of you, I know how hard this is because you're neighbors. And so you got to see each other every day and you have this issue, and that's really hard. And I share my colleague's view that so good was Elizabeth at her job that she dragged me into a complicated and esoteric realm of legalese of what different types of easements are and what rights they confer, which is not the matter that we're here to decide. Mayor Pro Tem summed it up perfectly. The application has to be complete as deemed by our code, and I think even the appellant's lawyer said that they did not have that component of the application. So for me, it's not a complete application, but I urge both of you, please, to work it out. I think to the appellants, and I don't want to go too far into your business, but my point about diminishment, when you go back and talk to your lawyer, I think you could have a conversation about that. Maybe there's some possibility you guys could make a deal, and that would make everything better for everybody. I wish you both all the best.
Would you like to make a motion before you?
Yes, I move to accept staff's recommendation to deny the appeal.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilman Ferraro, thank you. Can I have a vote, Madam City Clerk?
Certainly. Councilmember Lewis.
Yes.
Councilmember Ferraro.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo.
Yes.
Mayor Bradley.
Yes.
Motion passes. With that,
And
we can.
with that, we will take a quick 10-minute recess while we go try to find Councilman Peristam and pull him out of the party so he can come back and get back to work. We'll convene at about 1:45. Thank you. Number 2.
Consideration to receive a 2024 report on the city's vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts for Assembly Bill 2561 and Government Code Section 3502.3. Notice of the public hearing was duly published, and I do not have any requests to speak.
Okay, let's declare the public hearing open, and let's hear the staff report.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm happy to welcome our HR Manager, Vanessa Godinez, and our HR Analyst, Eileen Jacinto, who will be presenting tonight's report on our vacancies, recruitments, and retention efforts last year.
Let's go for it.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Vanessa Godinez, and HR Manager for the city. And tonight, we're going to talk to you about Assembly Bill 2561. Go to there. And so to start out our discussion, we'll go over some key points regarding Assembly Bill 2561. So the purpose of this bill is for local government agencies to address job vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts. This was signed into law by Governor Newsom on September 22nd, 2004, and it became effective January 1st, 2025. This new law requires that all public agencies hold one public hearing per fiscal year to discuss vacancies and the recruitment efforts from their workforce. Since this new law took effect in January of 2025, all public agencies are holding similar type of hearings like we are doing tonight for the first time this year. One requirement is it has to be done before the new budget is approved. So we wanted to be sure we got it on your agenda before June. Therefore, going forward, this will be a procedural item every year as a public hearing as a receive and file report. The city is also required to invite their bargaining units to attend the public hearing and make a presentation if they choose to. If the bargaining unit annual vacancy rate is more than 20%, then the city will be required to provide additional information at the request of the bargaining unit. We're happy to share that in 2024, the vacancy rates for our part-time and full-time labor groups were 12% and 11% respectively. And on April 24th, 2025, We informed our labor groups of their vacancy rates and did invite them to participate in tonight's hearing. So on to the agenda, we'll discuss some key points. We'll discuss workforce information, so we'll provide you data on budgeted positions and vacancy rates. And we'll also provide our vacancy information with 2024 average vacancy rates for our full-time and part-time positions. We'll present the recruitment information as far as positions filled in our recruitment cycle and what that looks like. And lastly, some of our hiring challenges and some of the solutions that we've implemented so far. So at that, I will pass it on to our HR analyst, Eileen Jacinto, and she'll go over some of our vacancy data.
Hi, good evening,
Good evening,
Mayor
Eileen.
and members of the City Council. So what I'm showing you here is just a snapshot overview of 2024 and how our vacancies stood during that year. So there was a total of 20 full-time vacancies in 2024 and 18 of part-time vacancies. Of those 20 for full-time, we filled 17 through the end of the year, and then 18 of the part-time positions that were vacant. And our average percentage of vacancies each month were 16% for full-time and 12% for part-time. And as Vanessa shared, within our bargaining units, it was 11% for our full-time bargaining unit, RPVCA, and 12% for ASME, who represents our part-time staff. Next slide, please. In 2024, we also filled 35 total positions between both part-time and full-time, and our average time to fill from open to fill was 69 days for full-time, so about 2 months, and 3 months for part-time, 92 days. Of those filled positions, we also are happy to share with you that we had promotions, 6 for full-time and 3 promotions within our part-time staff. To share a little further what it takes to go from an open vacancy to filled within that 2-month or 3-month period, the way that our cycle goes is a vacancy is created either by termination, retirement, promotion, that sort of thing. Then HR works with the hiring department, specifically the hiring manager, to set up a recruitment request where we go over pertinent details of the position that's open so that HR can work on a job posting draft. We then review that with the hiring manager once it's created, we approve it, and then we get ready to go ahead and post. When we post on our job board as well as sometimes job-specified job boards that we have access to. From there, within a 2-week period, we start looking at applications that have come in to review for minimum qualifications. And then the ones that meet the minimum qualifications are sent over to the hiring manager to also take a look at, looking for ideal candidate traits and skills. From there, we have a number of candidates that we are going to invite to a panel interview. Typically, that's composed of external and internal raters. And then from that, that's an actual scored examination that creates an eligibility list based on those scorings. And that is then given to the department hiring manager for final interviews. And then they give us, from that, who they choose to select, and we go ahead and create the conditional job offer, which also includes instructions on our pre-employment process. Right now, that's a pre-employment physical and a background check, as well as reference checks. Once those are all cleared and ready to go, we go ahead and then do a formal offer to the candidate, giving them a start date and confirmation of any other details they need.
Next, I'll go over some of the challenges that we've recognized and some of the solutions that we've implemented for those challenges. So as far as talent shortages, we have noticed a lack of qualified candidates, especially in the fields of engineering and public safety, more particularly in public works engineering, and I know Ramsey could attest to that as well. Some of the solutions that we've come up with are working with some executive recruitment firms that have a wider network and oftentimes a pipeline of qualified candidates that they can pull from. We've also offered some sign-on bonuses, particularly, to our public works engineering staff, which is not uncommon in public agencies. We've also taken advantage of some of those specialized job boards, as Eileen mentioned, and posted recruitments on social media, LinkedIn, to kind of diversify our outreach and increase our presence out on the job boards. Our second challenge is sometimes is our recruitment cycle. As Eileen mentioned too, there are 10 steps within our recruitment cycle, and there is a perception that public sector hiring process just takes too long. So what we've done is we've set clear timelines in some of our job posts and flyers to let them know exactly when the first review of applications is going to be. Oftentimes, we've even set an interview date or exam date if applicable. We've also streamlined our hiring process and automated steps to shorten the open to hire timeframe. Eileen mentioned that we have panel interviews that consist of internal or external panel raters. We took advantage of that, and sometimes our panels are external. It's oftentimes hard to find external raters because what we do, we look for subject matter experts in that position from other public agencies who are also very busy with their day-to-day and may not have time to, book an entire day to sit on a panel interview for us. So we've used some of our internal resources and our own city staff to sit as a panel member for those interviews, as long as they're related to what they do day-to-day. The next challenge is our geographic limitations, which is, it's just the commute. So travel time can be a deciding factor for some of the candidates that do not live near the peninsula. I'll speak for myself. I know when I came to the city, I actually doubled my commute here from my prior city, but I will say that the drive is beautiful. I take PV Drive West, and it's a beautiful drive. So I tend to share that sometimes with candidates to say, I know it's hard to get here, but you'll love the drive. It's a beautiful place to work. Some of the solutions that we've offered is continuing to offer telecommute for select positions where the job duties can be effectively performed remotely. We are selective when it comes to who that is offered to, and it is only approved by the department director, and it's granted on an as-needed basis. And lastly, competition from the private sector. So qualified candidates are often considering offers from private sector, and particularly in the engineering industry. And I go back to the public works engineering positions that were quite difficult to fill. That was one of the challenges that we faced. So what we've done is we really highlighted the benefits of public service, working for a public sector, promoting the benefits that go beyond your health and your competitive pay, but what it is to serve as a public servant. And we've highlighted, pension plans, deferred compensation, and wellness programs. We also implemented the class and comm studies, you all recall, back in 2023, which I believe the adjustments made to some of the salary ranges did help with some of those recruitment efforts as well. And that actually concludes our report. So Eileen and I are here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff? No. Thank you very much. Great job, and great job on helping getting certainly Public Works almost fully staffed. I think this is the best that we've had in Public Works in probably almost 10 years, where we have almost a near full staff. I think, are you fully staffed?
Almost.
Okay, I didn't think, you never are there. Okay, but no, great job in getting these numbers up. Any public? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Council deliberations? Okay, do I hear a motion?
Move to receive and file.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Peristam?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferraro?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo?
Yes.
Mayor Bradley?
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to our first regular business item, item number 3. Consideration to review the 2025 PFAL census report and reinstate limited trapping. Late correspondence was distributed, and I do have our consultant online to speak.
How many?
Just our consultant online. No, no speakers.
Okay. Let's have a abbreviated report on PFAL.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Code Enforcement Officer James Zorn is with us, and he'll provide the presentation. And as the city clerk mentioned, Jonathan Gonzalez is with our contractor, if we have any questions for him.
Thank you. Good evening, James. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, honorable council members, staff, and members of the community. It is my pleasure to present the 2025 PFAL Census Report this evening. Okay. To provide a brief background, the City Council adopted the PFAL Management Plan, also referred to as the PMP, on August 4th, 2015. Prior to the adoption of the PMP, the first PFAL census report conducted in 2000 reported a maximum of 134 birds citywide. In 2014, a PFAL census report provided a count of 276 birds citywide, thus prompting the need for the creation of the PMP. The PMP aims to reduce and maintain the overall PFAL population to the approximate levels first identified in the baseline PFAL census conducted in 2000. This is achieved through educating the public about PFALs, suggesting deterrent methods, in addition to humanely trapping and relocating the PFAL. The city supports and encourages its residents to coexist with PFAL throughout our semi-rural neighborhoods. When trapping is warranted based on current census data, the city may humanely trap and relocate up to 150 birds per year throughout 6 program neighborhoods. Okay. The blue areas on the map highlight the 6 program neighborhoods approved by City Council for which the annual PFAL census is conducted. We have, let's see, Crest Ridge, Grandview, Monaco, Portuguese Bend, Sunnyside Ridge, Vista Grande.
Nice animation there, by the way.
Thank you. The city's PFAL management plan, adopted in 2015, requires an annual census to be conducted to estimate the PFAL population throughout the 6 program neighborhoods, which is then presented to City Council to determine if humane trapping is warranted for the season. The city's goal is to maintain the PFAL population to the approximate levels first identified in the 2000 PFAL census report of 134 birds. This year's census confirms a grand total of 216 birds. This is the highest number of birds since 2014, which was 276 birds. Right. This table provides PFAL comparison figures to show the difference in the PFAL population between the prior year and the current year, as well as the difference between the baseline census data collected in 2000 and the current year data. The 2025 census reported a total of 216 birds from the 6 surveyed neighborhoods. This is a 24% reduction in the overall PFAL population compared to the initial PMP census conducted in 2014. However, this is an overall increase of 31% in the PFAL population from the prior year and a 61% increase over the 2000 baseline. Population figures in the Portuguese Bend and Vista Grande neighborhoods are currently the highest among the 6 program neighborhoods, with approximately 78 and 75 PFAL, respectively. Based on the 2025 census data, staff recommends the City Council receive and file the 2025 PFAL census report and resume the trapping program in the Portuguese Bend and Vista Grande neighborhoods. More specifically, staff is recommending resuming the program in the 2 neighborhoods in order to reduce the PFAL population to the 2024 figures, which would be 34 birds in the Portuguese Bend and 20 birds in the Vista Grande neighborhoods, for a total of 54 birds. Conducting the 2026 PFAL census will provide staff an opportunity to continue evaluating PFAL population to the levels first identified in the 2000 PFAL census report and in accordance with the city's PMP. Resuming the program would be the first time trapping has occurred since 2021. Okay. I would just like to share some additional information to the residents regarding PFAL. You can see on our website. All right. Also, the city's PFAL trapping consultant, Jonathan Gonzalez, is also participating in this meeting. He is available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Questions of staff? Thank you very much. And we had no public comment, correct? Okay. Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Move to receive and file.
I do have a comment, if we're going that fast. We've got a lot of letters in the last 2 days from Sunnyside Ridge and Headland area there. And looking at the staff report, you look at, so okay, there's 3 concentrations. 2 are pretty obvious that there's a higher number. And this one dipped a little bit this year. So 1 year to year doesn't seem to be very reliable. But it seems that a neighborhood which may be a little less of a capacity to handle birds, that we should also add another some number to the Sunnyside Ridge area as well. Increase, we have a capacity to relocate 82. We're talking about doing 34 and 20, which is 54. So I think to get these people some relief here from what they're going from and talking about is to add another 10 or 15 to the Sunnyside Ridge location, concentration, and include that and revise the staff report to include that.
So is that a motion to take Sunnyside Ridge from approximately 46 birds down to approximately 30 birds?
That would be fine, yeah. 10 to 15, 30 would be fine. Historically, they've been in that range and they've recovered very nicely, the population. So I don't think we're doing anything permanent damage to limit the long-term health of the bird population. So 15 would be, I'd be happy with the 15 number, yeah.
Okay, so your motion is reintroduce trapping in Grandview, Sunnyside Ridge, and Vista Grande.
That's correct.
Okay.
But Grandview only has 15, 14.
No, he misspoke. It's Portuguese Bend.
Right.
Vista Grande.
Ben, I'm sorry.
Vista Grande, not Grandview. Vista Grande and Portuguese Bend.
It's adding, the motion is to add, in addition to Portuguese Bend and Vista Grande, is to add Sunnyside.
Correct.
Up to 15 birds.
Sunnyside Ridge.
And I think.
Can we have more discussion just to, the one thing I noticed with Sunnyside Ridge is a gender disparity, right? All the others, there's pretty good balance between males and females. I think you could harm the population in Sunnyside Ridge if you don't discriminate a little bit. So if we're going to take 15 birds there should be no more than 3 or 4 of them be females. I would say that's just how I would amend your. I have the same consideration. I drive on PV East and they're running across the road all the time. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
But usually it's males doing it. Yeah. And if you took 15 birds and 10 of them were females, you'd kind of decimate that population there. So I would just.
I accept the friendly amendment.
Are you trying to say the women are too smart to run across the road and only the men would?
Men smart, women smarter. We know that.
Quick question.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Hey, by adding those birds, do we change the budgeted amount, or how's that work? We still have.
There would be a slight budget modification, but we've got plenty of funds in the budget for it. And the other thing is, I think because we should probably set some parameters of like up to how many birds in each neighborhood, and perhaps code enforcement James could specify how many birds in Portuguese Bend and how many birds in Vista Grande, just so that the motion is very specific.
We are recommending to trap 34 birds in Portuguese Bend and 20 birds in Vista Grande.
And now 15 birds in Sunnyside Ridge.
15 or 10?
15.
15.
15 and 20.
15, no more than 3 females.
Yes. And that would still keep us, is that 69? So we still have,
It would be under budget.
we have the ability to remove and relocate 82. This would be under that figure.
There it is.
Okay.
With that, I second the
There was a
motion.
motion, and Councilman Lewis seconded.
Real quick, I just want to make sure that includes also the approval of the amendment number 1 to the
Yes.
to the contract. Okay.
Yeah, it was a receive and file, yeah.
Essentially, it's staff recommendation with the amendment of up to 34 birds in Portuguese Bend, 20 birds in Vista Grande, up to 15, but no more than 3 females in Sunnyside Ridge.
Correct.
Council, oh, forgive me.
Just going to
We're
call
ready
the
for
roll.
roll call. It's seconded.
Yeah, we're good.
Councilmember Ferraro,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Councilmember Peristam,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo,
Yes.
Mayor Bradley.
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to item number 4, consideration to receive updates on the Greater Portuguese Bend Ancient Altamira Landside Complex. Late correspondence was distributed, and I do have 2 requests to speak. However, one is our consultant.
Okay. And I bet I can guess who the second one is.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. We'll start this evening with our city geologist, Mike Phipps, who's joining the meeting via Zoom, providing an update on the overall conditions of the landslide complex, and then I'll provide an update on the status of the deep dewatering wells and some of the data we've collected relative to their effect. So I'll turn it over to Mike first.
Thank you, Ramsey, and welcome, Mike. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Bradley and city council members. Sorry I couldn't be down there tonight, but here we go. So first thing, you know, rainfall this year, we've had only 6.44 inches. That's a blessing. It's only 46% of the historical average. So kind of as what was predicted by the climatologist came true. And, you know, I think there's been some debate about whether the slowdown we're seeing in the landslide has to do with, you know, just less rain. But I think, you know, we did have a couple of pretty significant storms that added up to that 6.4 inches. And the winterization measures, I think, prevented a tremendous amount of water from getting into this landslide. Things have been slowing down throughout most of the areas of the landslide. And I believe this is a result of the continuing pumping efforts on the city's wells, the ACLAD wells, which are really coming online now. I think the last update I got from Gordon was 5 of 8 wells, the deep dewatering wells he's installing were operational. He's pulling like 160,000 gallons a day out of the landslide. I only wish we could be running his wells 24 hours a day. But I think we're going to see impacts from his dewatering wells in the coming weeks if that production stays as it is. You know, Ramsey's got these heat maps up, and the good thing that I like to see is that the colors are getting colder and colder as we go March into April, especially down at the toe area of the Abalone Cove landslide. The movement rates are now moving below 4 inches a week. It was above, you know, 4 to 5 inches for quite a long time. And so I think we're seeing the impacts of the dewatering that's going on over here. We do have some recent piezometer data from the Alta 8 and Alta 9 wells that were recently done and instrumented or re-instrumented. And, you know, there's still significant groundwater pore pressure underneath the landslide up in the Altamira slide area behind Abalone Cove, and also within the landslide itself. So I think that the dewatering wells, which are all targeted in that area, I think we've got a significant chance for improvement and reduction in movement rate in the coming, you know, weeks or months up in that upper area. You know, the movement rates are still significant for the landslide overall. You know, we're still talking about 1.5 foot a month in the Abalone Cove slide, and then the Altamira slide up above that It's 1.5 feet per month, at least through the beginning of April. Portuguese Bend landslide has been moving less than 1 foot per month. It averages about 0.9 feet per month, or a little less than 11 inches a month. And really has, if you cycle through all of these heat maps, it's pretty much reached a steady state. Well, we went all the way back to the beginning, but you can see it go red, and then it goes purple and blue down in the Portuguese Bend area, and it kind of stays that way all the way through the present. And the graphs that we've plotted up of the dewatering and movement show that we're, a lot of those points are just kind of on a level line now, meaning the dewatering system is done about what it can with what we have out there. So I think I would call the Portuguese Bend kind of in a steady state, and the Altamira and the Abalone Cove are still slowly decelerating. I think that's about all I have to update you on. I have looked at points around the periphery. There's nothing moving outside of the green dashed line on these maps. No significant movement. I'd say this landslide has stayed within the boundaries that we've established. One thing I also have noticed is that the offshore, the new shoreline that formed off of the Portuguese Beach Bend Club and off of Portuguese Bend itself, is now being eaten away by the ocean and by the wave action, and the shoreline is actually starting to recede again. I don't know if that's going to have an impact on the future slide movement, but honestly, I think that the deep dewatering wells largely arrested the movement of the deeper failure that we had identified, by about January of this year. And what's moving now is the shallower historical Portuguese Bend landslide. The wells that are starting to be compromised after many months of movement with those wells in place, they're shearing off in a shallower depths that are equivalent to the Portuguese Bend landslide. So overall, I think we've made a lot of progress. It'd be really interesting to see what happens in the coming month. I think we should continue monitoring at the level that we are in terms of the GPS monitoring, and to see what happens with the ACLAD deep dewatering wells and whether we slow down this big teal area on the map that's in front of you and get that down to some blue colors. That's all I have. Take it over, Ramsey.
Thanks, Mike. I'll continue with the deep dewatering wells and then go into some of the data, and Mike will assist with that as well. As Mike said, we're starting to see some signs of impingement at the shallower slip plains, and we have been redrilling and maintaining the wells with the allocated funds. Staff have been estimating the cost of DDW maintenance and adjusting the estimates as we go, as this is really very new. Originally, our estimates were quite conservative. We were not expecting the wells to last very long at all. We saw over time that they were lasting much longer, and so we adjusted. I think we adjusted too far in the other direction. Now we're getting better data on where and when the wells are pinching. And at this time, staff is requesting an additional $500,000 for operations and maintenance for redrilling of the DDWs to get us through the end of the fiscal year. Due to the impingements, the well productivity is less than it has been recently. You can see there the statistics, about 670,000 gallons per day. In total, we're over 200 million gallons extracted, which is the equivalent of about 660 acre feet. So that is a foot of water on top of a 660 acre area. To help you visualize it, that's almost the entire, that's a foot of water on top of almost the entire area of the landslide in terms of what we extracted. But as the geologists have said, the metric is not water extraction. Water extraction is the tool, not the metric. But we are seeing correlation as you can see on this chart, between water extraction rates and reductions in rate of movement, general correlation. But also, correlation does not necessarily mean causation. It could be coincidental. So we look at other data, specifically landslide movement rates around points around the deep dewatering wells. And the trends continue to be pretty consistent, that we have greater reductions in rate of movement where we have greater concentrations of wells. Looking more closely at this data for land movement, what we see here, this is from October 2023 to present, and it shows that the peak rate of movement, and this is a sampling across the 3 different subslides. What we see here is the peak rate of movement is around August of 2024, and we do see that there starts to be a decline even before the deep dewatering wells become operational. But what you'll see in that chart is how steep the line is after the DDWs come into operation. It's much steeper than before that, the natural reduction due to dry conditions. And so what that means, what that shows is the impact of the DDWs and the significant reduction in the rate of movement as compared to what would have been the regular rate. Also, what we see there is that the decline in the rate of movement, the impact you can see with the different lines that represent the different slides. There's some impact on the Abalone Cove slide there in the reddish line, but not as much as the others. And so we'll take a deeper dive into that. For the Sacred Cove area and the Abalone Cove area, we do see some reduction due to slowing of this deeper slip plane, but there's fewer wells there. They're less concentrated. The subsurface geologic conditions are much more complex. The water travels less easily. So we see a less of an effect on those on that subslide. For the Portuguese Bend subslide, we see a much more dramatic reduction, the green lines there, after the pumping. Again, the slope of the line. We see the best results here because of the concentration of the DDWs. And for the Klondike Canyon slide, shows that the horizontal movement is below the rate that can be measured. I'll note again, the Klondike Canyon wells the K-clad wells are also a key component of this with their water extraction. But again, stop the horizontal movement, and there's some minor residual vertical movement. So in summary, you'll see on that chart that the DDWs 1 through 6 correlate with the major change in the rate of movement as a decline. DDWs 7 through 11 have some effect, but not as pronounced due to less concentration of wells and more complexity for the Abalone Cove slide. You'll also see there that we've pointed out the rain events. And while they have some small impact, it's not significant. The deep dewatering wells are able to pick up and keep the status quo even after the rain events. So finally, we'll look at the question of whether we're seeing this from another perspective in terms of whether it's the deep dewatering wells or the dry weather. And for that, we'll look at the pressure under the slip plane. The water pressure under the slip plane facilitates land movement. And so we've installed what are called piezometers, and they measure the pressure so that we can correlate that reduction in water pressure with the reduction in land movement. This map shows that we have piezometers near the deep dewatering wells, and for comparison, we have landward piezometers that are not near deep dewatering wells. The chart, the dashed lines show the piezometers, the water pressure measurement devices that are not near deep dewatering wells, and the solid lines are those that are deep dewatering wells, and these are under the deeper slip plane. And it's pretty clear there, especially with P1 and P2, that there is a significant reduction in the pressure under the deeper slip plane as compared to the landward area where there aren't deep dewatering wells. This chart shows the same data, but for the area above the deeper slip plane, but below the shallower slip plane. Again, same trends. Where we have the deep dewatering wells, we see significant reductions as compared to where we don't have the deep dewatering wells. And with that, I'll also note that there is always an opportunity to collect more data to further substantiate what we're seeing by adding additional piezometers and spreading them out more evenly. Originally, the approach was to take balance between how much data we collect, how much we spend on collecting the data versus how much we spend on installing the measures to slow down the slide. And so that's the balance that we had been operating under. But I've never met a geologist that wouldn't say that they want more data. So I think more data is always something that we can seek.
But then again, I've never met an engineer that doesn't want more data either.
That, I was going to blame it on the geologist, but yeah, that too.
I'm defending you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I went through that pretty quickly. I'll pause just for a moment to ask Mike if he has anything to add that I may have omitted.
I don't. These graphs tell a good story.
Next, I'll go to the ACLAD update, and this update is as of last Friday, so I suspect Gordon may have even newer information, but there are 5 wells now that are operational below the slip plane, and others are in progress. 2 monitoring wells have been installed with the piezometers to collect data on the pressures. We're finding high pressures and from the initial results, and so that'll serve as the comparison point for as we install these, as ACLAD installs these wells, we'll continue to collect that data and see the pressure changes and if they correlate to the reduction in movement. Next, I'll touch on the water source / drainage study, or the hydrology and hydraulics study, and I want to just provide some context for this.
Hold just a second.
Sure.
I need a motion to extend.
So moved.
211. Sorry. Thank you, Ramsey. Go ahead.
So the water source drainage study comes from a request by the prior city council, and the request was specific to 2 key points. One is to determine how development impacted drainage patterns. In other words, did the drainage outlets from development go where they would have naturally drained, or were they rerouted to other areas? And so this drainage study proposes to paint a picture of how development happened over time and how that impacted drainage patterns. Second, it is to determine the feasibility of diverting surface runoff away from the landslide. And certainly that can be done, can be engineered, but we need to learn more about how to do that without causing unintended consequences on other properties. And so what this would do is determine where the water is entering the slide, surface runoff is entering the slide, what types of alternatives are available to reroute that water, what the costs would be, and what that would look like to develop those into engineering designs. And finally, for the water source study, there would be future phases. One would be a field validation of the drainage model. I think we need to build the drainage model first to get a better understanding of it so that we can properly scope field validation. Second would be preliminary and then final engineering for a selected alternative, if any, for rerouting the drainage. It is possible that there is no feasible alternative. It is possible that the alternatives are far costlier than other solutions and may not be desired. So we would learn that in the first phase, and then that would inform any potential scoping of the second phase. And additionally, a future phase would be a pilot program for subsurface characterization of groundwater conditions as suggested by a resident using some innovative technologies. And to wrap up my presentation this evening, an update on the BRIC grant. As you're aware, the city was originally selected for approximately $23 million of federal share with a city match of 30% for remediation of the Portuguese Bend landslide, and that's, again, just the Portuguese Bend landslide, not the Abalone Cove or the Klondike Canyon. It was later revised to a federal share of $16.4 million based on removing from the scope the measures that the city had taken as part of emergency stabilization. The city was awarded phase 1, the design, and on April 15th, FEMA announced that they were discontinuing the BRIC program. and they'll be working with applicants to find a logical stopping point. The city will strongly advocate that the logical stopping point for the city would be after the completion of Phase 1. And we are preparing for the hazard mitigation grant to apply for that grant program. That concludes my presentation this evening, and I'll take questions before I hand it over to Vina if you'd like, or I can wait until after the financial report.
Any questions? Okay, Councilman Lewis.
That's quick. Okay. To Steve, if you go back a bunch of slides, Ramsey, to the graph, the line graph, before that, keep going back, this one, okay, just there. So I want to be careful, I'm not picking on you, okay, because you guys are working really hard, but it's really important in data mining to be conscious of possible hidden bias or data mining errors, right? So when you got to this slide, you said, look, we have this great drop off, we put in the wells and it dropped off. Then we did another batch later, and there wasn't such a drop off then, but that was because the wells were dispersed. I'm paraphrasing you, but it was along these lines, and there were complicating factors, right? You said something to that effect, right? Now, if I were to draw a graph and say that, and I'm not saying this, but I'm saying just as a thought exercise, the wells had no effect whatsoever, and I drew this graph, it would support that thesis. The landslide slowed when the rain stopped, and you put a bunch of wells in later and nothing happens because the rain had stopped. So if you have a mindset that the wells are working, and then you look at this data, you come to one conclusion. And if you go in with the mindset of the wells are irrelevant, and you look at this data, you can reach the same conclusion. So to me, this is very inconclusive. So just be very careful how we think about these things. I yield to Steve.
Cool.
Turn your mic on. Is your mic on?
My concern is item 4, the hydrology study. And I originally saw this back in, and I want to go back to the previous council had something in mind when they originally sent staff off to determine what you wanted to get from that study.
Correct.
I don't know if things have changed or not from that, but I originally saw it in December, and then I saw it in the last couple of weeks, and it's markedly improved, the study and how we're going about this. But I still have some lingering concerns that is this study really going to get us, and thank you for putting up that slide, get us where we want to go. And the reason I'm asking that is because in my head, the question about hydrology is really simple. The purpose of the study is to determine the source and location of water in the Altamira Portuguese Bend watershed. So when I look at the study, I'm not comfortable that the results of this study are going to answer that question. And there's a number of reasons for that. Some of it is that there's going to be spots where, in collecting that information, where data is not going to be available. And we're going to have to take some additional step to either collect that data and include that in the study and extend it or change it, or it's not, we can't do it, and we're going to have to substitute it, or we're going to have to just leave that void. And so, but that's okay. We can do that, but we have to get there the proper way. So my question is, when I see these 4 bullets, they don't flow to me exactly right now. It says, I get the study, and I think that if we do what's in the hydrology study, we're going to get a pretty good sense of what's this surface water, where the water's coming from. But yet we're pushing off the other part of that, the equally important part of where's the water underground? So I can't, without that information, say what's concluded there and then make recommendations and go forward with phase 2 and so on and so forth. It doesn't make sense to me. We've been not studying this question for 40 years, and this is our moment. We have had a crisis. And so we're really, really close to getting this right and answering a lot of questions that we haven't been able to answer in the past. So I'm going to, when the time comes, I'm going to make a motion for item 4 to not move forward tonight on this, and let's keep going with getting this closer to answering that question of determining the source and the location of water, both above ground and underground. And I know that reverses the structure of the RFP and the agreement. I'm okay with that, because I'd rather be cautious and add a couple of more weeks to doing this and to make sure that our output and our deliverables answers that question so we can get recommendations on alternatives and then move on to part two. And if I need to explain this more, I'll do that. But I just want to get that on the table here as we start to discuss these items and approval of the staff report. Thank you.
Okay. Vina,
Good evening, Mayor.
where does this put us?
I will have a few slides on the financial report. Thank you. Okay. I'll start with the overall costs for the landslide. Let me just extend this. Okay. So for October 2022 and our year-end estimates for June 2025, we estimate approximately $48.5 million, and that depends on the city's council approval tonight. This includes, as highlighted there, I'll start with the deep dewatering well program. There is a request of almost $1 million tonight. So originally we estimated this program at $18.5 million, and these estimates started in October 2024. If the two items are approved tonight, the deep dewatering well, we will end at the year of $19.5 million. Road repairs, we started at $7.1 million. We estimate to end the year at $6.5 million. Winter station will stay at $4 million. Abalone Cove sewer repairs, the tan color is our original estimates back in October at $3.4 million. We estimate to end the year at $5.5 million. A-clad and K-clad loans, those have been 100% distributed to both districts at $3.5 million. Personnel costs, we originally estimated $2.8 million. We're ending the year at $2.3 million. Other costs such as professional, technical, and other miscellaneous items at $3.1 million. Fissure filling, we estimated originally at $1.8. We are ending the year at $1 million. PBL remediation, as you recall, this is the long-term plan. This has been at $1.7 million, and we estimate to end the year at $1.7. Tax assessment stayed the same at $1.1 million. And finally, legal services, we estimated at $400, but ending the year at $300,000. Just focusing on fiscal year 24-25, of the $48.5 million, $37.3 million, or 77%, are in fiscal year 24-25. Here is a breakdown of that $37.3 million. As you recall, the adopted budget for the Portuguese Bend landslide expenditures started at $4.6 million at June 2024 of last year. On October 1, where a majority of the expenditures, additional budget were approved, we went from 4.6 to 31.9 million. On December 17, the City Council approved additional maintenance for the deep dewatering well at 1.1, and this was mainly from to last us until March. And then we went back in January for additional 2 million to get us through June 30. Approximately 500,000 of that was for fissure filling. On February 4, 2025, we requested for 100,000 to provide in-kind services to A-clad. And on March 18, requested budget of 710,000 for additional sewer repairs. And then tonight, we have two requests for 960,000 for deep dewatering well, additional maintenance, and also the drainage study that Ramsey just mentioned. Funding sources, if the items tonight were approved, approximately 20.5 million would come from CIP fund, or 55%. General fund at 9.8 million, or 27%. ARPA fund at 3.4 million, or 9%. grant, LA County, this is a Supervisor Hans grant at $2.2 million, and Metro funds at $1.2 million. This is also in the staff report just to show a revised budget versus our expenditures and encumbrances. For example, on 24-25, as reported earlier, we started at $4.6 million. And you could see by year end, if approved tonight, we estimate to end the year at 37.27. The orange line there is our current expenditures. And as you could see, by 6/30, we estimate to end the year at 37 million. Just a side note, of the 37 million, Public Works manages approximately 60 vendors for this amount. And then finally, borrowed this from our budget workshop, CIP, just to show, give the City Council the current fund balance in CIP. For 24-25, we estimate to end the year at 11.2 million, net of 5 million reserves. And finally, as a last slide, again, City Council, we are requesting for two approval tonight. The first one, $500,000 for the deep dewatering well program for additional operations and maintenance. Approximately $460,000 for a professional agreement for the source water hydrology and hydraulic study. And with funding coming from CIP fund balance, which is estimated at $11.2 million by June 30th. Just a final update on our public assistance FEMA Cal OS applications. Staff projects of the 61.4 application. At this time, we project approximately 1.5 million that the city may receive, but that could take a minimum of 2 years if we were to get approved for those expenses. So the 1.5 million is not included in any of our projections, just because of the uncertainty of the approval of that amount. And that concludes my financial report. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I should add that based on the appeal letters we filed back in March, yesterday we received notification from Cal OES that they're recommending to District 9 Administrator Bob Fenton with FEMA not to approve our appeals. And so,
thank you, Cal OES.
So, yes, and that applies to the two geologic hazard abatement districts as well. So they're, all three of us are being recommended denial of our appeal. If
was there a basis for the recommendation of denial?
It's essentially, they're summarizing that it's a pre-existing landslide, and if you look at the documentation, all the damages were not directly related to the winter storms of 2024. So depending on the outcome of the appeal with the administrator for District 9, we then have one more opportunity to appeal with FEMA headquarters in DC.
But we still have to go through Cal OES to get to FEMA headquarters, correct?
I'm not clear on that process, but it seems like Cal OES is the reviewer and makes the recommendation. I would
as the
need to
local
see if
agency
that,
to forward it on to the federal.
yeah, I would need to confirm that.
Or where are we at with contacting our federal representatives? Not just letters, but actual like lobbying efforts for FEMA and.
So we have a federal lobbyist who's working around the clock on a lot of our different requests. I mean, right now, Jason's been very focused on the congressional grants and getting those submitted. We need to now. We have, based on the notification we received yesterday, the administrator has 90 days to render a decision. So we need to figure out how to get in front of Mr. Fenton and plead our case. And we'll use our federal lobbyist to help us with that.
Who's Mr. Fenton?
He works for FEMA. He's our district, this area of the United States. He's the administrator.
For our district.
Right, which is all of California and most of the Pacific West.
Okay. Anything more, Ramsey?
Nothing further to present.
You said we had 2 speakers?
Whoa.
Or 1 speaker?
One now.
We have Nikki Nushka via Zoom.
Okay. Nikki?
Maybe she gave up and went to sleep.
You don't know Nikki. Okay, well, we try to get Nikki. Do we want to go to number 2?
I don't know if you had any questions for Mr. Leon?
I'll answer any questions.
Yeah, no, I don't know that I have any additional questions for you, Gordon.
No problem.
Okay, come on up, Gordon. Councilman Peristam would like to ask questions.
We wouldn't want you to come all the way out here and not have a question, Gordon. That seems such a waste of time.
I don't mind.
Okay. The wells are going in now, the data collection capacity is going in now, the capability. Do we yet have a baseline to measure pressure, or is that something that's still to be done?
Yes, we have a baseline.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
Okay, that's all I was interested in hearing, that so when we come back and this comes back before us, we'll have some kind of measurement to determine how pressure's moving, similar to what we're doing in Portuguese Bend area.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
That was easy. Is Nikki still online?
Staff's trying to call her.
No? Okay, due to the late hour, let's give it 15 seconds and see if we can get her over, and if not, we're going to move on. Okay, let's move into council deliberations, and we will get Nikki next time. Who would like to start? Councilman Peristam.
Thank you. I might as well continue from where I left off. Ramsey, what I said there, is there anything that you would take issue with in terms of answering that question of determining the source and location of water, given what the proposal before us at this time is and not what those future components are? And the reason I'm answering this is I'd like to know everything now in the front of this. So if we have a limitation with cost for that other aspect there below ground, or some aspect of this that's not there may be adjusted, and handle it that way, instead of taking part of the answer now, being sort of left in limbo, waiting for that other part, and then having to make the same decision on these 2 parts separately. I'd rather see it all first. And then we can, I think, more reasonably say, well, what do we get from that study if we see both the surface and subsurface information?
It could be done that way. We could come back with a revised scope that includes the surface as well as the subsurface. We'd need some more time to do that. And it would be a significant change in the scope and significant additional cost. But we set this up as a request for qualifications type of solicitation, so we have the ability to do that and be compliant with federal funding and other regulations should they become available. So the short answer is we could do it that way.
Okay.
And we can get that information in a proposal and perhaps consult with the council subcommittee on the land side and see, because there is going to be a cost differential here. It's going to be probably a significantly more in cost and probably more in time. But let's get that information. We'll consult with the land side subcommittee before we bring it back to the entire council.
Okay. Thank you. The only other comment I make is George made a comment about interpreting the data on the stability of the landslide. I agree with that, and I think, Ramsey, you said something as well, saying there's correlation here, but maybe not causality.
I think it's an important point, and we may get some more insight as we continue to dry out and been lucky over the winter. So maybe with that component out of it, we'll get more information and we'll move on somewhere from the stability we've seen. Basically, we seem to be in balance right now. Not necessarily moment to moment, but the lines on all the measuring wells there seem to be bouncing around about the same level since the Great Reduction. So just wanted to concur with council member's statement there. That I'm looking forward to that too. But to me, it's an unanswered question as well. Thank you.
Councilman Lewis.
Thank you, Member Parastam. I got to say right now, I'm a little bit disinclined to go forward with this spend. For the component that's the study, Member Parastam has raised some considerations that maybe that needs to be rescoped, so I don't know if we're quite ready to pull the trigger on that. And as for the additional spend on the wells, we just gathered in March, and if I heard our finance director right, we gathered in March, approved $2 million additional for the fourth quarter, fiscal quarter of the year to get us through June 30th, and yet suddenly we need more. And all evidence is that the landslide is slowing, so why are we spending more? I mean, we went through a difficult budget discussion last time. We have a very difficult budget for next year. I mean, any time is a good time to start saving money. Our money will still be green 2 weeks from now and 4 weeks from now. And if we really think about $1 million, it's like coming here and saying $1 million, given what's been spent, that's almost like a drop in the bucket. But for this city, $1 million is a ton of money. It is a ton of money for us. I don't think we should just sort of come in and, yeah, okay, sounds good, let it go. I can't support this right now, honestly.
Councilwoman Ferraro. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Ramsey, in regards to number 4, I think we need to figure that out, because at the original intent from the other city council was we need to find out where the water is. So let's rescope and go back and figure that out with the subcommittee. I'm on board with my colleagues. And then in terms of number 2, the extra 500, what are we putting that towards?
Redrilling of wells that have pinched.
How many?
It's 4 now that are impinged.
And this was unanticipated when we allocated the $2 million initially?
Yes.
Okay. And then so this has to be done regardless?
Well, to bring the wells back to operation.
Correct. So that'll get us 4 deep dewatering wells back online?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Madam City Clerk.
Mayor, if it pleases the council, we're having some technical difficulties with Nikki Nushkem. She was on an older version of the app. Would it be permissible that I call her on my cell and then play her? We'll see if that works. I don't know.
I would, I think we're going to pass on that due to the technical difficulties and continue with deliberations due to the late hour.
Thank you, sir.
Did you have a comment, Councilwoman Ferraro?
What were you talking about with the water study? Yeah. Oh, I know. The wells, it would, if we spend the additional money, that's going to bring 4 wells back?
Yes, that's correct. And there is also some additional funding there for additional wells that would presumably shear between now and June 30th to redrill there as well.
So 6 wells?
Yes, we calculated a total of 6.
Of 6. And do you think that there's going to be a lot of water coming through when you redrill them?
Yes, we do for these particular wells, yes.
So you've sort of scoped that out to see where we need to go to get more water drawn out of the landslide, right?
Yes, and we've recommended to the city council, we had, for example, one well that was not particularly productive, and we recommended not redrilling that well. So that would continue to be the case. We would target only the productive wells.
Okay.
And with that offline, we're at 10 deep dewatering wells operating. If we were to get the funding to redrill, we'll have gone from 11 deep dewatering wells to 10.
Follow-up question on Mayor Pro Tem's questions?
Sure.
So if I heard right, you're asking us for money to fund things that haven't happened yet, 2 additional wells that haven't yet sheared.
Some have already shared.
I know some 4 did, and you're anticipating
Budget
2 more.
for what
Okay.
they expect is going to happen, which we didn't ask for budget for.
Is there a consequence as far as, is there incremental cost if we were to say, let's revisit this in 4 weeks, and we decide then to drill those wells? Is there an incremental cost to drilling those wells 4 weeks later?
There can be, depending on the timing of whether the contractor's there on site. Likely they wouldn't be in that case. We'd have to remobilize them. But it depends on when the shearing happens. Sometimes they're on site, we can hit them in a row. Sometimes there's a gap anyway. I think the bigger concern would be how much downtime there would be between when the well would go down and when we could actually get to the council, given the meeting is every 2 weeks.
Assuming that you had the luxury to schedule the re-drilling at a efficient time, we could defer 4 weeks and wait and see what happens and still face the same decision 4 weeks from now without any known additional cost or consequence.
Except for the reduction in the pump time.
We get to see what happens.
I guess,
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Lewis, my question for you would be, what additional information are we going to find in 4 weeks? I think where we stand today is we have spent a huge amount of money putting in infrastructure for the deep dewatering wells. We knew some of them were going to shear off at either the low or the shallow slip plane. We are now seeing that in some of these. I share the thought of, which is the most contributing, the fact that we haven't had rain or the fact that we've been lowering the artesian pressure. Both of those together have shown great success in the eastern part of the landslide. I would hate to pull back from the O&M for the deep dewatering wells that we've already spent north of $20 million putting in. So I'm going to be in favor of continuing to re-drill as opposed to drilling completely new wells, which is drastically more expensive for the city, but to continue to drill out the current wells to make them back into production as we continue to assess which is the major contributor, lack of rain or our actual actions. I think it's a combination of both. But I do understand Councilman Peristam's quandary on item number 4, and I think that should come back to the landslide subcommittee, and we can discuss the best way forward on that. I don't know that there's anything that is absolutely critical. We get that done this month, but that's something we can come back and revise the scope to get it right. And I share Councilman Peristam's. With that, let's, no, not with that.
No, not quite.
Okay.
Question, and this is a cash flow question. When do we pay for services? We're talking about the $500,000 request. Is there some hard date that comes out of next year's budget? Is it upon completion of work? How does that work exactly in terms of cash flow?
City Council Paris we usually have net 30. And from my conversation with Ramsey, we would spend the 500 by June 30. The services would be completed by June 30. And so for cash flow, it might happen in July, but as far as expenses, we would accrue it still in the current
Still
fiscal
accrue
year.
in this current year. Right. Okay.
I hear loud and clear what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, and I don't want to jeopardize the work we've already done, but as a man who's made his career on tracking budgets and tracking expenditures, I have to call out something here, right? We've heard the message that, hey, good news, these wells are shearing at a slower rate than we expected, and yet the money we allocated to get through the end of the year in March is insufficient because we have to replace more wells that have sheared. So those two messages are in conflict, right? So either our forecasting in March was bad or actually wells are shearing at a higher rate.
No, and I take full responsibility. We did not estimate this as well as we I wish we would have. It was a
mean,
failure on the estimate.
That's okay. I've made forecasting mistakes too, plenty of them in my life. It's okay. So with respect to
When we put the original deep dewatering wells in, we did expect that they were going to shear, I believe the original projections were 2 to 3 weeks. But we did not budget for re-drilling them. We were going to see what happened. So it wasn't that we had a budget for the re-drilling. It was only after the fact that they took longer than we had expected, and then we started allocating budget to re-drill. So it wasn't that we spent all the budget on re-drilling and now needed more. We never really estimated well.
Yeah, that's fair. And but the noise that I'm making here has a point, which is that we said, here's how much we need at the end of the year. Oops, we need more. And then, but for the fiscal year ending, we could 2 months later be like, oh, we thought we were good, but we need more. But we need more. At some point, we run out of money. And so there is a point at which we have to say, hey, we can't continue to escalate these expenses because we simply can't afford to. And for me, now's a moment. We could choose to wait and see, but so we have a number of sheared wells that maybe need to be re-drilled. So but that moment is coming for us soon. At that point.
And I agree, we are running out of money quickly, though I do believe that we directed staff to bring back to council on an incremental basis budget increases based on what was happening on the ground. I believe staff at one point did ask for a large number to cover all contingencies, but that number was such that it was unpalatable for us to budget that all up front as opposed to budget as we go. So yes, we are in a uncharted territory. I know our Director of Finance doesn't like to budget like this because it seems like we come back and increase the budget on a biweekly or monthly basis. But that is what we directed staff to do because the conditions on the ground have been so dynamic. So it is kind of what we've asked staff to do, and I get your frustration, Councilman Lewis. I too think we are dramatically coming to the end of our rope to be able to do this. I think what we were talking about in our budget planning cycle and our workshops for next year is quickly showing that the O&M for the current infrastructure that the city can afford to maintain, we might be able to get through next year. But after that, I don't know what we're going to do to maintain this infrastructure. I mean, we are spending major percentages of our total budget on this one issue. And frankly, there are other things in the city that are being eclipsed. We had the CIP prioritization discussion last week on what's going to fall off the plate, because not only do we have staff fully engaged in the Palos Verdes Drive South remediation and the landslide to save Palos Verdes Drive South, but we're really focused on that. So there are streets that are falling into repair. There's other pieces of infrastructure within the city that does need attention. So we are quickly getting to the end of our rope, so to speak. With that, I would like to make a motion to extend to 11:30 with regrets. But with that, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation minus item number 4, which would be to allocate an additional $500,000 to continue to cover the current DP watering wells that the city owns. And then we will come back with item number 4 to the Landslide Committee, continue with the resolution of emergency for the other items.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ferraro,
Yes.
Councilmember Peristam,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo,
Yes.
Mayor Bradley.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, let's talk wires. Or no, let's talk wireless.
Cell phones.
Our next item is item number 5, consideration to receive a status report on wireless telecommunications coverage throughout the city. I do not have any requests to speak. However, we do have a representative on Zoom.
So what is the council's desire at this point? I know Mayor Pro Tem, you're very passionate about this subject. How would you like to go forward?
We can waive staff report. I'm okay with that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I can kind of give a synopsis later.
Sorry.
But we
Okay.
could still ask questions, right?
Oh, absolutely. You can ask any questions you'd like, ma'am.
Okay.
If you'd like to start questions, you have questions of staff?
Not staff, of the wireless people.
Sure. We will have, you want representatives from Crown Castle? Who would you like to?
What? Would I like what?
Would you like to speak to the representatives of Crown Castle, or? Okay.
Well, they're the ones that control the TV, right?
Not exactly. So right now, Crown Castle is doing installations. I believe the carriers are doing some organic installations between Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, as well as Crown Castle. All 4 groups have applications before the city. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We've
Thank
been
you.
working directly with Crown Castle and all the carriers.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to know why my TV keeps going out.
You get a new TV.
What, your,
No.
what keeps going
It's
out?
not the TV.
Oh, I thought you said your ATV, and I'm going, are you riding around on your quad again?
I don't have an ATV.
That
I
may
have
be a
a
question for
TV.
Cox Communication. You probably get cable from Cox, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is wireless, so this is the telecommunication, so we can put you in touch with Cox, but tonight we have representatives from the telecommunication carriers, Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T.
So
here.
nobody from Cox.
Not for cable.
Well, I think they should come to the meetings and have to stay this late so I can talk to them.
I'll give you our contact's phone number right now.
Mr. Mayor, I think it'd be prudent just to give maybe a minute or so, just explain what these guys are doing.
Sure.
Yeah,
What are these guys doing?
just for public sake.
So who would you like to speak to?
Stephen Garcia.
Stephen? Good seeing you. It's been a while.
It sure has. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff. Stephen Garcia for Crown Castle. Just a quick synopsis for the benefit of the public as well as yourselves. Crown Castle continues its strategic outreach to each of our carrier customers. As you know, there are many variables that go into the equation of when and where they build, but we do have our data collected that identifies where the needs are greatest, as well as where the needs are greatest, where multiple carriers would benefit from improved service. So we'll continue to do that. In the meantime, we're working with our sales team, and as they do the outreach to the individual customers, that will continue. In addition, we have 12 applications, we'll have 12 applications in for new sites for one of our customers. In the meantime, we've already submitted fiber permits to the Public Works to have that kicked off. Since the bulk of the work and construction cost and delays are a part of the fiber construction and power, the sooner we can get that done, the better. And that'll give us better opportunity to turn up sites when the carriers are able to make amendments to contracts that we currently have. So that's just a summary of where we're at.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
I think we continue. You're next. But I think we continue to, struggle with cell phone signals throughout the tough topography of the peninsula. But we also are very difficult customers in that we hate vertical infrastructure. So we want the service, but we don't want to see it. So I know you've been dealing with that, and Crown Castle's been dealing with that. And I keep asking for an integrated plan of how we can show a propagation map for any individual carrier to make sure that we're putting the vertical infrastructure in the proper place that's most efficient to get the most coverage for the least vertical infrastructure, and to try to co-locate as much vertical infrastructure on pre-existing vertical infrastructure to minimize the amount of additional vertical infrastructure we see throughout the city. I believe that is a common theme that you have heard from the 4 cities on the peninsula. We all kind of share the same DNA, 1 peninsula, 4 cities. But I still think that, we really need to lean into that and try to come up with the best solution that looks at both of those competing priorities.
Yeah, I think you quickly summarize where Crown Castle is as a company. That's our model, shared infrastructure, so there's no benefit to us to build out individual networks for each carrier. The idea is identifying those hotspots and areas of greatest demand where there's the greatest return on our investment. So we're still looking and in alignment with what you just explained.
Fantastic. Councilman Pearstam, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, not at all. I just have, I'd like to read a statement from probably you on this, Mr. Garcia. It says on page 4 of the staff report, Crown Castle has informed the city that it may take 2 to 3 years for new sites to be installed because of the need for agreements between Crown Castle and the wireless carrier, internal reviews, and budget approvals. That's a depressing statement. Can you help us a little more insight, if there is any insight into that?
I sure can. So I think that in general, the timing of our contracts, those exist. So we have nationwide contracts with each of the major carriers, all of which you currently have customer service with. Those contracts at times require amendments, and the amendments are a part of the daily business and routine business for each of the carriers. Some of it's a higher priority, some of it's at a lower priority, amongst the many other things that they are trying to accomplish. So we're making routine communications on a weekly basis through our local sales teams and project delivery teams. So we're always trying to pull them in sooner than later, especially since we know the needs in this area as well as the rest of the peninsula. So we're not at a point where we're just trying to get a contract. We have those contracts. We need amendments, but that's a smaller hill to climb than it would be to create a new contract.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, Stephen, just to clarify, you're not the only person putting up these sites, right? Just to clarify.
Crown Castle is the largest shared infrastructure telecommunications company in the United States. However, each of the carriers will at times self-perform. There's a cost-benefit analysis where they look at individual networks that may be more suitable and agreeable to them in the short term. In the long term, we still think the shared infrastructure model, as the mayor has explained, is the best way to go. And certainly that's our business approach, as well as our customers understand that upside as well.
Got it. Yeah, just for the public's edification, Mr. Mayor, the city or the subcommittee has been meeting with Verizon and other carriers to figure out a timeline on when we can do small wireless facilities that would respect our, I guess, adverse emotions to having vertical infrastructure put up in the city and doing it, with respect to that, and then putting it up on infrastructure that's already there, i.e. light poles. So just for the public, just so we know, just so they know exactly what's going on, we're trying to make sure that we cover the dead spaces in the city as best possible. And I know a lot of folks have reached out to all of us in regards to dead spaces and not being able to contact loved ones and the public safety aspect of it. So we're moving as fast as we can within the guidelines that we have to make sure that our residents are covered in these dead spots. And hopefully we're pushing as hard as we can. And I know the city manager has been working on it, same thing with the mayor. And we've been pushing as hard as we can to get these sites up so that we can get the resilience that we can and the cell reception in our city. So thank you, Mr. Garcia, for coming out and just briefing us. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just add to that, the city has formed a working group with the carriers, including Crown Castle, and involves Public Works, Community Development, and we're reviewing the code languages both in the zoning code as well in the right-of-way part of the municipal code to see if we can make any amendments to those code sections to continue to incentivize carriers to install facilities in the city without compromising the aesthetics.
That would be the direction that council would give you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to receive, file, and staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Councilman Peristam?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferraro?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo?
Yes.
Mayor Bradley?
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to our future agenda items.
Anybody have any additional agenda items to put forward? No. Seeing none, let's move on to oral reports. Let's do this abbreviated. Councilman Peristam, what have you been doing?
Very briefly, I attended a annual homeowners association meeting at Ladera Linda for the Ladera Linda community, and also the fire town hall sponsored for the peninsula by Assemblymember Marisucci.
Yep.
And I'm missing something, but I can't remember. So that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Lewis.
I actually do have a report about the quarterly PVP Transit Authority Board meeting, but it'll keep for 2 weeks, so I'll.
Okay. Love Martin. Martin does such a great job. Madam Ferraro.
No report.
Thank you.
Make it real fast, Mr. Mayor. Attended the City Leaders Summit in Sacramento with League of Cities. So I was able to meet a bunch of assembly members and different policymakers in regards to which direction housing is taking and different priorities to see how it can influence what our city wants.
Is it going to be heading in a sane direction?
Yes.
Sorry.
Sorry, guys. And then we also met with Verizon to talk about the small wireless facilities that we talked about, and we're going to keep pushing to improve our cell reception in the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's see, for me, I had the opportunity to go with the city manager to Sacramento last Monday to do to give testimony, but for the California State Legislature Subcommittee. I talked about that before. Also was able to go out to the SCAG regional conference on Thursday and Friday, meet with some of the folks that are trying to implement some of the housing laws, the ones that are coming up with the RENA numbers. We did try to talk some sense into that, though I do still believe that the Inland Empire representatives are still looking to push additional RENA numbers out to the coastal cities, even though it's hard to make economic sense. The city manager and I went to a couple seminars on talking about housing and housing policy. Some of them were less than satisfying, shall we say. But with that, I will call the meeting adjourned, and we are adjourned until May 20th.
And Mr. Mayor, would you adjourn in memory
I
of?
apologize. Thank you very much, Ara. In my haste to get out of here, we had a longtime resident recently pass. Barry Hildebrand was a beloved husband and father, grandfather, mentor, and friend who passed away on April 19th at his home here in Rancho Palos Verdes, surrounded by his loving family. Barry was born on September 1st, 1933 in New Orleans, Louisiana, to his parents, William and Carolyn. Barry graduated from Tulane University, located in New Orleans, received his degree in mechanical engineering, and then his master's degree from UCLA. Barry moved to California in 1955, where he was hired at Hughes Aircraft as an aerospace engineer. In 1960, 1960, he began working for TRW Systems located in Redondo Beach, where he is employed for over 30 years. In 1966, at Wayfarers Chapel in RPV, he married his wife of,
Almost 60 years.
I missed a page. Excuse me?
It was almost 60 years
Yes.
they were married.
And moved to Rancho Palos Verdes, where they have resided ever since. Barry was a pillar of the community, volunteering his time with Junior Achievement, Little League, AYSO, YMCA, Boy Scout, Maryland Library Committee, PVPUSD School Board member, RPV Traffic Committee, Ladera Linda Homeowners President. Barry also helped form EPIC, East Peninsula Education Council, to save schools, a Norris theater usher, and a math club tutor for inner city youth. I don't know how he had time to go to work. His love for jazz led him to create his own jazz band in college, which led him in his retired years to become a member of the Palos Verdes Symphonic Band, where he played the trombone. Barry was with Bristol Hospice during his last years of his life. He received wonderful care from them, as well as his wife Judy, his daughter Kelly, and his favorite granddaughter Alexis. In lieu of flowers, please send donations to Tulane University in New Orleans in Barry's honor. I'd like to adjourn this evening's council meeting in honor of a great civic leader, Barry Hildebrand. With that, we are adjourned.
There was another local entity that they said you could donate to as well, right at the end of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Assistance League of San Pedro South Bay.
Yeah.
You can donate as well. But with that, we are adjourned till the 20th. Thank you and good night.